Chapter 634. Broken branches were all over the ground, and needles were flying everywhere. Kacha, kacha, the sound of the tree being cut was endless. The flower addict's posture was wild, and the way he waved the scissors was free and unrestrained. From his appearance, he really did look like an artist. But nothing good came out of Lan Shanggu's mouth. He looked dumbfoundedly at the flower addict Lin Fuyang, who was about to fight with Pine and Cypress, and sighed, "This guy, is he a flower addict or an idiot?" Fang Yan was also speechless. Looking at the way he waved the scissors, he thought this guy was a dick-cutting maniac, cutting off anyone's dick that he didn't like. A group of people dodged here and there, but he just wanted to mess with a pine tree. This made their dodging meaningless. It was too embarrassing to do something meaningless. "Right, I've always had a question." Lan Shanggu turned to look at Fang Yan, and said, "Which idiots are there in Huaxia's 7 addicts? Is there a guy named Idiot?" "I'm also curious," the willow tree said. Fang Yan smiled bitterly, and said, "I've seen Dao addict Song transplanting seedlings, I've seen martial addict Ho Zhendong, I've seen music addict Shui Yun, I know there's medicine addict Qin Wujie, I also know there's tea addict Xianyuan Qiu, I know there's painting addict Bai Lu, and this flower addict Lin Fuyang. I've never heard of an idiot. But I've seen a lot of idiots in real life." Lan Shanggu glanced at the flower addict Lin Fuyang with disdain, and said, "I think this ranking is very inaccurate. If I were to rank Huaxia's 7 addicts, I'd definitely add an idiot. This guy is obviously an idiot, right? Who is he trying to scare by waving the scissors and cutting the tree like crazy? If men are all like him when it comes to picking up girls, I'm afraid those women would rather like their own kind than any other man. Maybe there's a surprise." Fang Yan said with a smile. "What surprise?" Lan Shanggu didn't like flower addict Lin Fuyang, so when he talked about him, he naturally had a mocking tone. "Isn't this a surprise?" Fang Yan stared unblinkingly at the pine tree that Lin Fuyang was crazily pruning. His face was filled with surprise and admiration. "What's so nice about this tree?" Lan Shanggu noticed Fang Yan's strange expression and looked over as well. He didn't find anything special. He took a closer look and realized that something was amiss. When he looked at it for the 3rd time, he finally knew what was wrong. He had actually cut the pine tree into the shape of a human, an outstanding and beautiful woman. There was a faint smile on her face. Her appearance was gentle, but there was an unapproachable arrogance in her bones. It was so clear, as if he could touch it. Logically speaking, floral art and gardening were only similar in form or spirit. It was impossible for you to see specific things like eyes, mouth, eyebrows, and so on. However, you can feel their existence from the works of the anthomaniac. It was no longer a work of art. It was a real person. A person with spirit and flesh. "What's going on?" Lan Shanggu asked in surprise. "Am I the only one who saw a beauty?" "He cut the tree into a beauty." "That's Luqi," Fang Yan said with infinite admiration. He had seen Luqi before and knew how similar the expression and temperament of the person under flower addict's hands were. Only when he remembered a person in his heart could he easily show her. He gave her soul, flesh, and everything beautiful in the world. The Luqi under flower addict's hands was very similar to a real person, but even more beautiful. For example, Luqi's slightly raised head arrogantly. This kind of thing was hidden deep in his bones. However, he had skillfully dug it out and displayed it incisively and vividly. Flower addict was indeed a flower addict. "I didn't know Mr. Luqi was so beautiful." Lan Shanggu looked at Luqi's appearance obsessively. He couldn't see the real person in real life, so it was good to see it artificially. "I thought it was an old man. However, isn't this flower addict a bit too powerful?" With just a pair of scissors in his hand, he could turn an ordinary tree into the appearance of the woman he likes. Such a peerless skill of picking up girls is unstoppable. Who can compete with him? There are 4 realms of flower art. The first is form resemblance, which only takes the form. The second is spirit resemblance, which has both form and spirit. The third is ghost axe, which can only be obtained by a great master. The fourth is divine craft, which is rare in the world, like a god descending to earth. I have learned flower art for more than 10 years, but I only reached the level of spirit resemblance. And this is my best performance. Fang Yan said with a sigh. What about him? Lan Shanggu pointed at flower addict Lin Fuyang, who was still doing the last bit of trimming, and said, which realm is flower addict at? Because he had seen flower addict's ability, Lan Shanggu's attitude towards him was much more respectful. He didn't choose any special materials, just a pair of scissors as a tool. He casually trimmed a pine tree in the yard, and the work he produced was already in the ghost axe realm. This is a rare genius in the flower art world. He truly deserves the title of flower addict. Fang Yan pointed at the pine tree in front of flower addict Lin Fuyang, and said, a music addict cut by flower addict. This scene can become the treasure of your Blue Mountain Club, and ensure that your Blue Mountain Club will not decline for 100 years. Lan Shanggu thought about it, and also became happy. That's right, flower addict used the pine tree in his Blue Mountain Club to cut a music addict, then, according to the property law, this music addict naturally belonged to him. If this matter was accidentally spread, wouldn't it attract countless celebrities in Huacheng, and even guests from all over the country to come and watch? At that time, his Blue Mountain Club would be crowded, and because of this music addict, his Blue Mountain Club would complete an upgrade, and become the top club in the world. But soon, Lan Shanggu couldn't be happy anymore. Because he thought of an extremely serious problem. He looked at Fang Yan, and said, the pine tree will grow. Fang Yan nodded, and said, yes. As long as it is still alive, it will continue to grow. If it continues to grow, then this music addict, will it grow to nothing? That's for sure. Fang Yan nodded. The respectability of gardening also lies in its changes. As long as it is a living gardening, it will change according to the 4 seasons, so it's normal for the music addict to disappear. But don't worry, even if the music addict is gone, the story of the flower addict and the music addict will still exist. 30 years later, as long as a guest comes over, you can point at the towering pine tree, and say that the flower addict used this pine tree to cut out a music addict, and everyone will still be very grateful. Lan Shanggu shook his head, and said, that's too much. If we can't see that it's a music addict, who would be willing to admit that it's a music addict? There's another way, what is it? Fang Yan pointed at the flower addict, and said, think of a way to make him stay, and let him trim you every day. That's a good idea. Lan Shanggu said happily. The flower addict waved the scissors to cut off some minor details, and then stood in front of the music addict with a sad face. Shui Yun, are you really this cruel? You rejected me again and again, and now you won't even give me a chance to meet. He reached out his hand and gently touched the face of the music addict, and said with a sad voice, tell me, what do you dislike about me? I'll change. I'll change, okay. You are a burning flame, so I'm willing to be a moth flying into the flame. Even if I'm smashed to pieces, even if I'm beyond redemption, even if I'm burned to ashes, I won't give up the chance to hold your hand in this life. Why is love so hurtful, so heartbreaking? This time, not only Fang Yan couldn't help but laugh, but even the willow tree's mask made a strange sound. Who is it? Which bastard is laughing? The flower addict was so angry that he roared at Fang Yan and Lan Shanggu. This time, Lan Shanggu was able to hold back his laughter. He stared at Fang Yan and the willow tree with righteous indignation, as if he was ashamed to be associated with them, and said, Senior flower addict is deeply in love with senior music addict, even a stone-hearted person would be moved by this scene. I just don't understand, at such a sad moment, how can you still laugh? Lan Shanggu strode towards the flower addict Lin Fuyang, reached out his hand and patted his shoulder, and said, Senior flower addict, don't be sad. I believe that sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Senior Flower Addict continues to persevere, you will definitely be able to move Mr. Music Addict's heart, and he will be willing to hold hands with you until old age, and become a legend in the world. Aren't the Flower Addict and Music Addict meant to be a match made in heaven? After saying this, he glanced at Fang Yan guiltily. He didn't know what the relationship between them was. Would he be angry at what he said? The flower addict Lin Fuyang nodded repeatedly, and said, yes, yes. I am the flower addict, she is the music addict. She likes flowers, I also like flowers, we should be a good couple. You just said that you are willing to guard the door of this room, whenever Mr. Music Addict comes out, then you will meet again. If she is willing to stay in this room for 1.5 years, you will guard the door for half a year. The flower addict looked at Lan Shanggu with a face full of confusion, and said, did I say that? Why are you asking this, what do you want? Do you want to laugh at me again? No, no, no. I definitely didn't mean that. Lan Shanggu waved his hand repeatedly. I just realized that I have made a huge mistake. I shouldn't belittle other people's love. All the infatuated people in the world deserve our respect. Senior flower addict, you can just stay here peacefully. I will reserve a room for you next to Mr. Music Addict. You will live next to each other. Maybe you will see each other every day. Really? The flower addict was overjoyed. That's really great. Lan Shanggu enthusiastically pointed at the flowers and grass in his yard and said, the flowers, grass, trees, and stones in this yard are all yours, Mr. Flower Addict. You can cut whatever you want and carve whatever you want. If it's not enough, I'll bring more from outside. Chapter 635. The flower addict was overjoyed. She excitedly pulled Lan Gudu's hand and thanked him. Fang Yen sighed silently. Lan Gudu must have a bad conscience to lie to such an idiot. While the flower addict was holding Lan Gudu's hand and expressing her gratitude, and Lan Gudu kept describing to her the happy life of living with Lu Qi in the Blue Mountain Club, the wooden door of Lu Qi's private room was finally pushed open. The green-robed boy stood at the door and looked at Fang Yen and the others in the courtyard with an unfriendly expression. Just as everyone was wondering who Mr. Lu Qi was going to invite in, they saw Lu Qi, dressed in white, walk out gracefully through the boy's white robe. She stood under the eaves of the courtyard's veranda and looked at everyone in the courtyard with a smile. Everyone who looked into her eyes felt that she was looking at them, and then their expressions became excited. Look, she's Lu Qi. Oh my god, she's one of Hua Xia's 7 addicts. So beautiful, Lu Qi, I actually saw Lu Qi. Oh my god, today's beating was worth it. The person she admired appeared, and the flower addict looked at her with a face full of surprise. She wanted to say something, but her mouth moved, but she couldn't say a word. There were thousands of words that she couldn't express in her stupidity. It was Lu Qi who took the initiative to speak. She looked at the Lu Qi tree that just appeared in the courtyard and said to Lu Qi with a smile, Fuyang's skills are getting better and better. Just now, I heard you play a flute song from afar. It was so moving that it could linger for 3 months. The flower addict finally regained a bit of rationality, or at least some ability to speak. She looked at Lu Qi with a fanatical gaze and said, Liuyun's skills are also getting better and better. Just now, I heard you playing a flute song from afar. It was so moving that it could linger for 3 months. Lu Qi nodded and said, I came to Huaqing to visit an old friend, and also to meet a friend of 3 years. I'm going back to the capital tomorrow. I didn't expect Fuyang to come over because of a song. There are so many guests today, Luyun is overwhelmed by the favor. The flower addict Lin Fuyang smiled and said, to be able to listen to Lu Yun's song, even if I had to fly across the ocean to see you, it wouldn't be a problem. Fang Yen just thought that the flower addict, Lin Fuyang, was a bumpkin who had never seen the world, but now he had to admit that Lin Fuyang's poetry attainments were excellent. He spoke like he was writing poetry, and he could skillfully put some popular song titles into the content of his speech, and it had an excellent effect of confession. Just based on this move, Fang Yen had a whole new level of respect for him. Thank you, Fuyang, for your kindness. Lu Shuiyun said with a smile, it's fate that we meet. I don't have any good tea here, so I'll go back and play a song for everyone here. We'll meet again if we're fated. Shuiyun bowed slightly to the people in the courtyard, then turned around and walked towards the box. Oh my god, the music addict is going to give us a song. Lu Qi is beautiful and kind, I like her so much. Lu Qi, I like you. Lu Qi, you are my idol. those who were beaten black and blue still didn't forget to chase after their idol. Their survival ability was even more tenacious than cockroaches. The green-robed boy snorted coldly and followed his master back to the room. Bang! The door of the box was slammed shut by the little boy. After a while, the moving sound of a flute came from the box. "This is a song for me," the flower addict muttered to himself. Lan Shanggu nodded in agreement and said, "This song is very beautiful, what's its name?" "Falling Flowers and Flowing Water," the flower addict said. Lan Shanggu suddenly felt that the flower addict was very pitiful. Very, very pitiful. Thus, Lan Shanggu decided to comfort him. He patted his shoulder and said, "Senior flower addict, you can stay in my small courtyard. I don't have anything else here, but I have enough flowers and plants." Standing at the entrance of the Blue Mountain Club, Chen Shui's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Jing respectfully stood next to him and said in a low voice, "Boss, this Lan Shanggu is arrogant and domineering. He doesn't give our Tiandu real estate any face. I told him the boss's name, and he still doesn't want to let him go. I've negotiated with them for a long time, but I still can't confirm whether the young master is safe or not. Their people are guarding the entrance of the courtyard. I tried many times but couldn't break in. Boss, I didn't do my job well and failed to live up to your trust." Chen Shui patted Lin Zheng's shoulder and said, "Old Lin, it's not your fault. Some youngsters these days, they haven't suffered any hardships, haven't encountered any hardships, so they have arrogance in their bones and don't care about anyone. This is understandable. They said that the music addict is in the club, using the name of the music addict to extort money from everyone. Should we call the police? If the police come, we won't be able to punish the real villains." Chen Shui said, "Settle privately and pay us tens of thousands of dollars. Is this the end of it?" "Boss is right." Chen Shui waved his hand and a bald man ran over and said, "Boss, I'll go and smash his stupid club." Chen Shui nodded and said, "Dahai, go and smash the club for me. Let them pay the price. Let Lan Shanggu come out and talk to me. His club is expensive, I won't go in." "Boss, don't worry. I'll twist Lan Shanggu's head off and kick it like a ball." Dahai agreed and led a group of men in black toward Lan Shanggu Club. Chen Shui sat in his Bentley and leisurely lit a cigarette. Lin Zheng also sat in and comforted him, "Boss, don't worry, there will be results soon. Dahai is very organized." "There's no rush," Chen Shui said, "it's Lan Shanggu who is in a rush." "Of course," Lin Zheng said with a smile. "Boss, you're worth too. When that happens, it won't be easy for them to send young master back. They have to apologize and compensate. They have to give us a reason. If the reason isn't good, we won't accept it." "That's true," Chen Shui said with a smile. "It's easy to invite a god in but hard to send him away. Young people will never learn to be obedient if they don't suffer a little. I'll be Lan Shanggu's mentor for once." Knock, 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 someone knocked on the car window. Chen Shui was furious. There were bodyguards outside, how could they let someone knock on the car window? Where did they go to esh*t? Knock, 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 this time, it wasn't knocking, it was slapping. Lin Zheng looked out the window and said, "Boss, it's Lan Shanggu, that brat from Lan Shanggu is here." It was indeed Lan Shanggu standing outside. Of course, there was also Chen Shui's bodyguard, Baldi Dahai. Baldi Dahai was being held up by two men in black. His bald head was no longer intact, it was stained with red blood. His face was a mess of flesh and blood. Who knew how many punches and kicks he took? Lin Zheng opened the car door and got out, then stood guard by the door. Chen Shui then got out of the Bentley. He glanced at Baldi Dahai and sighed that he wasn't careful enough and fell for this brat's trick. Looking at the two bodyguards lying on the ground, he cursed them for being idiots. They kept bragging about being the top fighter of the international mercenary group, the best soldier in the world, but in less than 3 minutes, they were beaten up and dragged back. Lan Shanggu laughed as he looked at Chen Shui and said, "Boss Chen, these are your people, right?" Chen Shuer stared at Lan Shanggu and said, "That's right." "As long as they're not," Lan Shanggu laughed and said, "I'll bring them to you." Lan Shanggu waved his hand and said, "Hand them over to Boss Chen." And so, the men in black let go at the same time. The bodyguards that went in with Baldi Dahai immediately went limp and fell to the ground. This kind of behavior was undoubtedly a ruthless slap on Chen Shuer's face. He felt his face burning with pain. "Boss Chen, I've brought them to you. You have a lot of work to do, I won't disturb your work anymore," Lan Shanggu laughed and said. "Goodbye." Saying that, he turned around and walked towards the Blue Mountain Club. "Lan Shanggu," Chen Shuer shouted. Lan Shanggu turned around, smiled and asked, "Boss Chen, is there anything else? You imprisoned my son, Chen Guojing, beat up my bodyguards, and you're leaving just like that?" Chen Shuer coldly asked. "Oh. So Chen Guojing is Boss Chen's son?" "I just found out," Lan Shanggu laughed and said. "Boss Chen, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Today, my Blue Mountain Club had a guest. Your son, Chen Guojing, ran over and insulted and kicked the door. My guest was very angry, and I lost face as well. Originally, I was going to call the police and send those hooligans to the police station for a few days. But a bunch of uncles kept apologizing to me and said that it wouldn't happen again. I had to give them face. What did Boss Chen say? Isn't the guest you're talking about Lu Qi? Others might be afraid of the man behind Lu Qi, but I, Chen Shuer, really don't care about her. My son bullied her, so what? Lan Shanggu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go overboard. If you go too far, don't blame us for disregarding our image and taking action against you, a junior. Grandpa Lan is a smart man. Why don't you give him a call and ask for his opinion? I'm also the man behind Lu Qi, one of them." Fang Yan smiled as he walked out from the shadows and said, "I don't feel comfortable hearing someone bully my woman. Chen Shuer, others might be afraid of the power of the Chen family in Tiandu, but I, Fang Yan, really don't care about you. I bullied you today, so what?" Chapter 636. Chen Shuer had many investment projects in Huacheng, so he spent a lot of time in Huacheng. However, overnight, he realized that he didn't understand the young people in Huacheng anymore. The once glorious four beauties of Huacheng were either disfigured or sent to prison. They had long become a topic of conversation and a joke in the eyes of countless people. Lan Gu broke both his arms and left the Lan family, becoming rootless duckweed. Because of this, when Chen Shuer heard that his son, Chen Guojing, had a conflict with Langu, he only sent a lawyer over to deal with it. He thought that as long as the lawyer mentioned the name of the Chen family in Tiandu, Langu's only choice would be to lower their heads and admit their mistake. They would then respectfully send Chen Guojing out. He would be magnanimous and punish them a little. What else could he do to them? No matter how useless Langu was, he was still a descendant of the Lan family. He couldn't offend the Lan family too much, right? Chen Shuer was attending a small private gathering when he received a call from the lawyer, Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was in a bad mood. He said that Langu's attitude was bad and they weren't willing to let him go. Chen Shuer thought about it and decided to make a trip himself. No matter how busy his business was or how important his connections were, he had to be extra careful when it came to his son. He had already thought about it on the way here. First, he would let Baldi Big C and his men destroy the Blue Mountain Club from the inside out. Then, he would let Lan Shanggu come over to apologize personally. That was exactly what he did. But wasn't the ending a little too quick? Chen Shuer knew of Fang Yan. Anyone who had reached a certain level would know of his existence. Even if they didn't like him, who could easily ignore him? He was the major shareholder of Chaoyan Technology. He was on good terms with Langu's Lu Shu. He was sworn brothers with Du Qing of Qingyun Group. Such a person was still very powerful in Huacheng. However, he had offended some big shots in Yanjing and was being suppressed everywhere. His life wasn't good. Now that Fang Yan had stepped forward and acted as if he was going to bully Qin Shuer on behalf of Lu Qi, Qin Shuer's anger soared. For decades, no one had ever dared to point at Qin Shuer's nose and say, "So what if I want to bully you?" Fang Yan. Qin Shuer's voice was low. He was trying hard to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. "Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? How dare you little brats talk to me like this?" Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. He pointed at Langu Valley and said to Qin Shuer, "This guy has been discriminated against for a long time. Tonight, he suddenly wanted to find someone to show off his power. After thinking about it, he thought of your son. So, he picked up a wooden stick and gave it a good beating. Your son is now lying on the grass in the yard, pretending to be dead. Even if someone stepped on his face, he wouldn't dare to move." "Fang Yan, don't go too far, how could that be?" Fang Yan said with a smile. "You, the bald bodyguard, wanted to smash the club, but before he could do anything, he was beaten to death by the hidden troops in the Orchid Valley. How bad can he be? He planned it and was waiting for you to come. Just now, I tried to persuade him, saying that Mr. Chen is a guest from afar, and that he should just ask a few of his brothers to send his people over. But he refused, insisting that he wanted to see Mr. Chen's funny expression at this time. I think he's being too unreasonable. So, I followed him to see." "Fang Yan," Qin Shuer roared in anger. "Since you've done this, prepare to wait for my revenge." Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "If I were you, I would go back and watch my stock price." "What do you mean?" "When Nasdaq opens, Chaoyan Technology will buy Tiandu Real Estate's stock price. It may also be a malicious suppression." Fang Yan looked at Qin Shuer with a smile and said, "You should know something about Chaoyan Technology, right? We have plenty of money anyway." You guys," Qin Shuer's eyes were red, and his face turned purple. His hands trembled, and he stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Fang Yan stared at Qin Shuer and said, "Mr. Chen, do you understand what we mean now? What do you guys want?" Lin Zheng finally reacted. This was a big conspiracy, a big conspiracy. These bastards, they set up trap after trap, and only now did they reveal their fierce fangs. They wanted to suck blood. They used Qin Guojing as a bait to lure out Qin Shuer, the big shot behind the scenes. What did they want? Don't even think about touching Longtu. Fang Yan said coldly. Longtu belongs to Lu Chaoga. No one can take it away. How do you know? Qin Shuer stared at Fang Yan in horror and asked. It's not convenient for the Ren family to make a move, so they asked the Chen family, who have been on good terms with them for generations. You and your father have been so happy in Huaqing recently, hiring a lawyer to help Jiang Zhulu reverse the verdict, and frequently meeting with Jiang Zhulio's mother, Ren Jin. If you say your goal isn't for Longtu Group, at least I won't believe it. What? Even Grandpa Ren, who called his son-in-law a scalper and a dog, can't sit still. Seeing such a big piece of fat meat, even if it's the property of his daughter and grandson, he won't hesitate to snatch it. But he's worried about his face, so he threw you, Qin Shuer, out as a cover. Am I right? You, Qin Shuer pointed at Fang Yan and couldn't say anything for a long time. This handsome young man was even scarier than they had imagined. Lan Shanggu looked at Qin Shuer with a smile and said, Fortunately, Tingyue praised Qin Guojing in front of me a few times, saying that he's a good friend, so I was curious to find out about his background. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to find out if you had done it so covertly. Qin Shuer left. He came valiantly and energetically, but when he left, it was as if someone had splashed a bowl of rancid soup on his face. That feeling was really King refreshing. He had the urge to beat his bastard son to death. He told him to stay in Mingzhu, but he insisted on coming to Huaqing to show off. In the end, he was betrayed by his own friend. He, Qin Shuer, had been smart his whole life. How did he have such a bastard son? The Bentley drove away. Fang Yan and Lan Shanggu stood in the night breeze. Fang Yan looked at Lan Shanggu with a smile and said, "Your last stab was really vicious." Lan Shanggu didn't respond to Fang Yan's question, but said with a smile, "Is Chaoyan Technology really going to buy Tiandu real estate? If you guys do it, I'll also follow suit. Let Willow start too. You eat the meat, and we'll drink the soup." Fang Yan shook his head with a smile and said, "I'm just scaring him. Chaoga has a new plan, and Chaoyan Technology has no plans to enter the real estate field for the time being." "What plan? Give us a hint in advance." Fang Yan shook his head with a smile and said, "You guys should ask her directly." Lan Shanggu smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Lan Shanggu, have never been a timid person, but once I saw Miss Lu, I became a sick cat, then don't blame me." Fang Yan said with a smile, "I've finished the tea, I'll go back first." "You're leaving just like that? You're not going to say hello to Mr. Luqi? Do you think she needs someone to say hello to her? Then what about the local specialties of huaqing that I prepared for her? Give it to her yourself. What if she doesn't accept it? Can I say it's from you?" "Whatever." Fang Yan waved his hand and walked straight to his car. When Fang Yan returned to the security office of Rosefinch Secondary, Baldy and his friends expressed a momentary shock and a long-lasting fake surprise. Baldy acted as if he had met an old flame that he hadn't seen for many years. He grabbed Fang Yan's arm and said, "Mr. Fang, you haven't come to school for a while. I've been worried about your safety and called you several times, but I couldn't get through to your phone. I went to the dean's office to ask about your situation, and he said that you asked for a leave of absence. I've been waiting for you day and night, and finally you're back." "Yes, you're finally back, Mr. Fang. The next time you go out, you must let us know, so that we won't worry." The other two chimed in as well. It was as if they had lost all interest in life when Fang Yan wasn't around. Only God knew how happy they were. Fang Yan shook off Baldy's excessive affection and asked, "Is there anything going on at school recently?" Baldy cleared his throat and said, "Wang Chang, report the work." "Yes, Director." Wang Chang immediately flipped open the small notebook he carried with him, straightened his back, and read in front of Fang Yan, "On the morning of November 11th, 9 students were late. Their names are Wang Halai, Wan Mingming, Li Xiaola." All right. Fang Yan waved his hand. "No need to read. I'm just asking if there's anything big happening at school recently." "Yes. Our school is going to build a new campus in Shenzhen City." "Is that a big deal?" Fang Yan nodded and said, "I already know about this." "What else is there?" "The news just leaked today, and you already know about it?" Baldy asked in surprise. Then he felt relieved and said, "That's right, you have Principal Lu." Fang Yan really wanted to beat him up. Knock, knock, knock. Someone gently knocked on the window of the security booth. Fang Yan turned around and saw Su Qi, who he hadn't seen for a while, standing outside the window and looking at Fang Yan with a smile. "Mr. Fang, long time no see." Su Qi smiled and greeted Fang Yan. Fang Yan nodded and said, "Su Qi, long time no see." "It really has been a long time." Su Qi looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to see you today. It wasn't easy to meet you, so I can't let this opportunity slip by." "Mr. Fang, do you have time tomorrow night?" "What's the matter?" Fang Yan asked. "Tomorrow is my birthday, and I want to invite you to my birthday party. Can Mr. Fang do me the honor of attending?" Chapter 637. 3 years ago, when Fang Yan was still the language teacher and homeroom teacher of Class 9, there were often students who invited Fang Yan to birthday parties. Fang Yan rejected most of them, but when he couldn't refuse, he would go and give them a small gift. Life was simple and happy at that time, and his mood was relaxed. Fang Yan was still a child who hadn't grown up yet, and there were countless people who loved and spoiled him. 3 years later, things were different. He was no longer a teacher at Rosefinch Secondary, but he became a security guard at Rosefinch Secondary to protect the safety of the students. He didn't have the mood to be a teacher anymore. He was worried that the hostility in his heart would be released and lead the students who were crazily absorbing knowledge and nutrition. He didn't expect that there would still be girls who invited him to a birthday party. Inviting a security guard? Wasn't this clearly asking him to go to those luxurious and magnificent places to show off? Fang Yan's first reaction was to refuse. He had too many things to do. Was it necessary for him to go to a student's birthday party? Moreover, it was a female student who was obviously very interested in him. Please, Rosefinch Secondary forbade relationships between teachers and students. Fang Yan wasn't that kind of person at all. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. When he was about to refuse, Su Qi spoke first. She was still smiling as she looked at Fang Yan sincerely and said, "Mr. Fang, if you could come, it would be the best birthday present I've received." This sentence was too destructive. It immediately blocked the words that Fang Yan was about to say. Your coming is the best present she's received. Can you bear not to give someone a present on their birthday? Can you bear to ruin someone's happy mood? I'm free tomorrow too. Baldy touched his bald head and said with a smile, Su Qi, can I have the honor to go to your birthday party? Of course. Su Qi nodded. She even invited the other two security guards and said, you guys can go together. Let me introduce some friends to you. There's good wine to drink and cakes to eat. Wow, can we go to your birthday party too? That's great. Tomorrow, I'm going to wear the new suit I bought during the new year. Fang Yan hadn't agreed yet, but the other three had already accepted. Su Qi looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes, quietly waiting for Fang Yan's answer in anticipation. Fang Yan looked at Su Qi and said with a chuckle, Happy birthday, Su Qi. However, I already have other arrangements tomorrow, so I might not be able to make it. The smile on Su Qi's face disappeared and she said with some regret, it's really disappointing. Mr. Fang, though you have already refused me, I still hope that you will go, because there is someone who wishes to see you. Who? Fang Yan asked curiously. I should have told you. Su Qi smiled slyly and said, but you rejected me just now, which made me very sad. So, I'm not going to tell you. You'll know when you see for yourself. In other words, if you don't go tomorrow, you'll never know who the person who wishes to see you is. Everyone is curious. You must be very curious right now, right? Fang Yan looked at Su Qi helplessly and said, if I really don't go, won't you ruin someone else's business? I don't care. Su Qi said matter-of-factly. I'm injured, can't I throw a tantrum? That's for women. She took out a few invitations from her bag and placed them on the only wooden table in the security booth. She said, there's an address on the invitations. I'm looking forward to your coming. After that, the girls skipped away. Baldy looked at Fang Yan with a sad face and said, Mr. Fang, Su Qi has good intentions. Why didn't you agree? Fang Yan looked at Baldy with a smile and said, what? She bought you over just because she invited you to a concert. Hey, am I that kind of person? Baldy said with a wave of his hand. He then asked Fang Yan in a low voice, when will Arasima come to Huaqing to hold a concert again? I don't know about that, Fang Yan said. I haven't contacted them for a long time. Fang Yan hadn't contacted the two girls, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, recently. First, he was injured and recuperating on the mountain. At that time, he didn't even know where he lost his phone. Later, after getting someone to get a new SIM card, he didn't reply in time when he received inquiries from them. With the promotion of Summer's resources, the two girls became more and more popular and were liked by more and more people. Every time Fang Yan opened the newspaper, he could see all kinds of information about them. They said that Jiang Qin was in a relationship with a male celebrity, that Yuan Lin and Jiang Qin were lesbians, that Jiang Qin was going to enter the film industry again, and that Arasima was going to disband. All kinds of rumors made people dizzy. Fang Yan laughed at such rumors. He knew that Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin had a very good relationship. They were good in the past, and they would be good in the future. Moreover, even if they had a conflict, Summer would solve it well. She was a smart woman. Baldy's face was full of regret. He said, I really want to have a chance to go to their concert again. Mr. Fang, can you get me an autograph from Arasima? Fang Yan looked at him helplessly and said, can't you have something else to pursue in life? Then come with us to Su Chi's birthday party. The girl specially came to invite you. Yes, Mr. Fang, during the days when you were not at school, every time she came to school and passed by our security booth, she would ask if you came, rain or shine. How many days has she persisted? I was touched by her. Fang Yan sighed softly and said, if that's the case, I can't go. It's better to avoid trouble. After school in the afternoon, Fang Yan didn't rush back to Lu Chaoga's villa, but walked to the area inside the school. When Fang Yan walked to the entrance of the small courtyard, he saw Qi Ning and a few men in black from the Wind Group sitting in the RV at the entrance, playing poker. Qi Ning's face was pasted with a lot of notes. It seemed that his luck was not very good today. Fang Yan stood at the door of the RV and asked with a smile, why don't you go in and sit? I don't dare to go in. Qi Ning shook his head. Why? Fang Yan asked curiously. Qi Ning tore off the notes on his face, looked at Fang Yan and said, when you were not in Huacheng, we often accompanied Miss Lu here. The first time we came, we didn't know that your grandfather was Huacheng's famous academic Prime Minister Lu Gong. When I saw this old man, I felt my whole body tremble and every part of me felt uncomfortable. After I found out his identity, I didn't dare to step into his small courtyard anymore. Me too. Maybe it's because I didn't study well when I was young. When your grandfather glanced at me, my whole body would tremble, as if I had done something wrong. Hee, it's better not to let us go in and suffer. We'd rather play poker in the RV comfortably. Fang Yan patted the car door and said, all right, I'll bring you some food later. No need. We brought our own food. Qi Ning refused. Fang Yan shook his head and said, how can that be? When you come to my grandparents' house, you're my guests. How can you let your guests eat canned food and beef jerky? Qi Ning laughed and said, all right, if there's any extra, you can bring us a plate. We can also improve our lives. No problem. Fang Yan chatted with the young people for a while before stepping into the courtyard. Lu Gong was watching the afternoon news in the living room. When he saw Fang Yan come in, he only snorted coldly. He didn't even look at him. Fang Yan smiled awkwardly and said, Grandpa, are you watching the news? Lu Gong's face was gloomy and he didn't respond to Fang Yan. Fang Yan's grandmother heard the noise and walked out of the kitchen. She grabbed Fang Yan's arm and said, Fang Yan, you've been back in Huacheng for so long, and you didn't come to see your grandparents. Grandma missed you so much. Good boy, let Grandma see if you've lost weight. You look good, which proves that Zhaoga has taken good care of you. Grandma, I'm sorry. Fang Yan said these words with difficulty. Facing his closest family, he had 1,000 words in his heart, but he didn't know how to express them. Silly boy, what have you done to me? Grandma held Fang Yan's hand tightly and said, I know you're in a bad mood, so I didn't call you. Let bygones be bygones. You have to be good in the future. As she spoke, Grandma's eyes turned red and she said, you're the only one your mom can rely on. You have to be careful. Lu Gong was infuriated. He slapped the table and shouted, what are you crying for? Isn't he still alive and well? Grandma was also angry and said, you old man, when Fang Yan didn't come, you sighed every day and hinted to me to call him and ask him to come over for dinner. Now that Fang Yan is here, you put on a sour face and don't say anything. What do you mean? Why are you slapping the table? If you can, why don't you smash the table? You, what about me? Stupid woman. Stupid as hell. Oh, you're saying I'm stupid now that you're old? You call me a stupid woman. Go find someone smarter. Lu Chaoga appeared at the kitchen door and said anxiously, Grandma, the chicken wings are burning. Oh, I'm still cooking in the pot. Fang Yan, take a seat first. Ignore that old man. As he spoke, he jogged into the kitchen. Lu Chaoga gave Fang Yan a look, telling him that the situation was dangerous and that he should be careful. Lu Gong gave Fang Yan a sharp look and said, "Come upstairs with me." Fang Yan felt a headache coming on. As soon as he entered his grandfather's study, he would inevitably be reprimanded and lectured. Chapter 638. Lu Gong entered the study, walked straight to his big mahogany chair and sat down. The sofa in Lu Gong's house was made of wood, the chair was made of wood, and most of the furniture was made of wood as well. His aesthetic was exactly the same as his character. Square, dignified, and simple. If he could straighten his back, he would never lie down. Lu Gong glanced at Fang Yan standing in front of him, pressed his raised palm down, and said softly, "Sit down." Fang Yan, who was pretending to be a wronged wife, suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Gong in disbelief. What was going on? Why did the scene suddenly change? According to the old routine, Grandpa should have slowly brewed a pot of tea and let Fang Yan cool for a while before snorting and shouting, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Since when did the domineering CEO start to walk the path of a romantic lead? He told you to sit down. Lu Gong saw Fang Yan's expression and naturally knew what he was thinking. His tone was a little unnatural. Fang Yan hurriedly sat down. If he didn't look for trouble, he wouldn't take the initiative to look for trouble. Otherwise, wouldn't he be born to be a bitch? Lu Gong looked at Fang Yan and said, "You have hatred in your heart." Fang Yan was shocked again and said, "Grandpa, you saw that too?" Lu Gong patted an ancient book in front of him and said, "Sun Guopan wrote, Ice Mirror, to teach people the art of judging people. Get rid of the grain and turn it into chaff, the marrow remains, the way of God. Mountains don't collapse, only 100 can suppress it, the so-called bones. A person's spirit has 2 eyes, a person's bones have a face. A scholar first looks at the god's bones. Getting straight to the point is the first. You, Fang Yan, have read thousands of books, so you can be considered half a scholar. A scholar first looks at the god's bones. Fang Yan, didn't you show it? No matter how relaxed your smile was, no matter how natural your movements were, your mind was always tense. It's like a treasured sword that can take a person's life at any time." Lu Gong sighed softly and said, "In the past, you were happy because you were truly happy. Now, you are happy because you want to hide the unhappiness in your heart. Fang Yan, have you ever been this cautious and reserved when you came to my place before?" "Grandfather, there is hatred in my heart." Fang Yan could only confess to this old man. If he was so powerful, why didn't he go to the bridge to pick up stalls? "You hate your father's murderer?" "Yes." Fang Yan nodded. "I hated myself before too." "Hate yourself? Hate what?" "The child wants to support him, but his parents don't." "Or do you hate yourself for not being able to save your father?" "Both," Fang Yan said in a deep voice. "If you hate the former, I can understand. Most people in the modern world don't know how to cherish. They only regret when they lose it. But that's regret, not hatred. If you hate yourself because of this, then you won't be able to rest easy in the underworld. But if you hate yourself for not being able to save your father, then that's the height of stupidity. Are you a god?" "Of course not," Fang Yan thought. "If you're not my grandfather, I'll beat you up." Is there a need to be so sarcastic? Since you're not a god, why do you think you're omnipotent? Just do your best. Lu Gong comforted him softly. Do your best and leave it to fate. Some things are fate. Fang Yan looked at Lu Gong and said, "Grandfather, you're well-read. Do you also believe in fate? 1 is fate, 2 is luck, 3 is feng shui, 4 is yin virtue, and 5 is literature. Fate is number 1, followed by luck and feng shui. We can't change what is fated by the heavens no matter how hard we try. Since we can't change it, we can only force ourselves to accept it. Do you know why I haven't called you? Grandfather wanted me to figure it out on my own." "Yes. I wanted you to figure it out on your own and walk out on your own," Lu Gong said earnestly. "But you still can't figure it out, and you still can't figure it out. You're loyal, but your aptitude is really stupid. Fang Yan wanted to hit someone again. He was really envious of Lu Gong. Since he was born, fate had arranged for him to be his grandfather. Otherwise, this old man would already be lying on the ground. He didn't want to be a teacher and ran to be a school security guard. Who came up with this stupid idea? It's Baldy, Fang Yan said. Good brother, take the bullet for me. Grandfather won't look for trouble with you anyway. If the old man really does look for trouble with you, it won't be long before you become famous in the education world. I'm helping you. Who's Baldy? You wouldn't know even if I told you. But grandfather, you're right. His idea is really stupid. Professions don't differentiate between high and low. This is the point I've always insisted on. However, you can clearly be an excellent teacher, you can clearly teach more excellent students, but because you can't untie the knot in your heart, you can't get rid of the hostility in your heart, so you can only become a security guard. What does this mean? It means that my aptitude is stupid. Fang Yan learned to be smart. I'll scold myself first, so you can't scold me anymore, right? No, it means that your self-control is extremely poor. An excellent man, a successful man, they can adjust their emotions at any time, so that they can face any difficulties and challenges with the best mental state, whether it's doing business or anything else. They can get twice the result with half the effort. Fang Yan thought seriously and said, Grandfather, I understand. I'll go back and quit my job as a security guard. Ready to go back and be a teacher? Lu Gong's face finally showed a smile. No, I'm going to quit my job at school and focus on my own business. What business? Revenge. After a long silence, Lu Gong said, Fang Yan, I won't persuade you to give up on your hatred. A person who doesn't know how to repay kindness or fight back when insulted is incomplete, but I hope you can live up to the family rules and your conscience. Rising to his feet, Fang Yan bowed deeply to Lu Gong and said, Grandfather, I understand. Lu Gong waved his hand and said, You're dismissed. Otherwise, your grandmother will quarrel with me again and say that I bullied you. Fang Yan smiled obsequiously and said, Grandfather, you're scolding me to teach me a lesson. You don't need to scold other people. Stop flattering me, said Lu Gong. Treat Xiaoge well. What? Fang Yan stared at Lu Gong with wide eyes. The old man had never asked about his feelings. What was wrong with him today? Fang Yan, Yixing's accident happened to coincide with the 3 years you were away. It was Xiaoge who stayed by your grandmother's side when she was the most upset. I heard from Qining that Xiaoge got into a few accidents. I told her not to come, and I even slammed the door in her face a few times, but she insisted on coming here once a week. Rain or shine. Fang Yan, no matter how big a man's career is or how ambitious he is, he should always leave some space for his family and spare some attention for his woman. Otherwise, how is he different from a beast? Feelings are the most difficult things to bear in life. I hope you can take care of yourself and don't let any harm come to the good girl. Lu Gong stared at Fang Yan sharply and said, I know you're not a heartless person, but if you betray Xiaoge, I'll whip you no matter how hard your grandmother tries to stop me. What if she betrays me? Fang Yan said gloomily. What the hell was going on here? Why was he and Lu Xiaoge a couple again? You deserve it. By the time Fang Yan and Lu Gong went downstairs, Grandma and Lu Xiaoge had already prepared a table full of dishes. Grandma wiped her hands with a towel, then went up to Fang Yan and whispered, Did the old man scold you? No, Fang Yan said with a smile. Grandfather just asked me how I've been and was concerned about my health and my relationship. He couldn't say it in front of you, that stubborn old man, Grandma grinned. He's been stubborn all his life. Don't take anything he says to heart. Is that how you teach your kid? Lu Gong flared up again. He had spent his entire life teaching and educating people, so he liked to put his teaching methods into practice on Fang Yan. But his wife was always spoiling him, and every time, she would ruin the correct outlook on life that he had worked so hard to establish for Fang Yan. Kid. Fang Yan is old enough to get married and have kids, but he's still a kid in your eyes? Don't you always tell me not to be too hard on him when he's still a kid? That's right, I think he's a kid, but you men still think he's a kid. What kind of logic is that? Fang Yan tried to smooth things over and said with a smile, why are there so many dishes today? Is it done? Can we eat now? Lu Gong glanced at Fang Yan and said, bring some dishes to Qining and the others first, and a basket of steamed buns. Okay, I'll bring them over now, Fang Yan said. He brought over a few dishes and a basket of steamed buns. Qining and the others were overjoyed. They loved the home-cooked food made by Fang Yan's grandmother. Come, let's eat too, Grandma said. Lu Gong was in a good mood today, and he even went to the liquor cabinet to get a bottle of Maotai. I'll have a glass, and the rest is for Fang Yan. Grandma kept putting food into Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga's bowl, and her face lit up when she saw the young couple eating happily. Fang Yan, Grandma asked Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked up at her. Grandma, what is it? Tell me. I mean, about your marriage with Chaoga. Fang Yan spat out the hot chicken soup in his mouth. Chapter 639. The soup is too hot. Fang Yan wiped his mouth with a napkin and said awkwardly. Can't you be more careful when you're eating? Grandma scolded him and got up to wipe the soup off the table from Fang Yan's mouth. All right, I'll stop talking, Fang Yan said with a smile. You can't stop talking. I was just asking you a question. Grandma wouldn't let it go. Is your marriage with Chaoga going to be put on the agenda? I mentioned it 3 years ago, but you and Chaoga didn't take my words to heart. You were still young back then, and I just wanted you to spend a few more years together to build a relationship. But now, 3 years have passed, and you're not young anymore. Isn't it time to think about it? 3 years after 3 years, how many 3 years can a person have in a lifetime? Back in the study, his grandpa had reminded him not to let down Lu Chaoga, who was a good woman. Now, his grandma was seriously discussing it at the dinner table. Fang Yan understood his grandfather and grandmother's attitude toward Lu Xiaoga. In the 3 years that he had been away, Lu Xiaoga had taken his place to take care of them and comfort them. She had walked into their lives and into their hearts. They had long regarded Lu Xiaoga as part of their family. Fang Yan felt the need to explain this to his grandparents. He needed to tell them about his real relationship with Lu Chaoga. Were they just friends? Comrades? Or partners? Or partners who relied on each other in life? Or were they close friends who relied on each other? For a moment, Fang Yan couldn't determine the relationship between him and Lu Chaoga. She was an indispensable person in his life, but she wasn't the one who accompanied him all the time. They were still living under the same roof, and he lived next door to her, eating breakfast at the same table every morning. However, they hadn't reached that point yet. Fang Yan wanted to tell his grandparents that he had a girlfriend named Jiro. She was pretty and cute, sometimes a little muddle-headed, but good at fighting. She would be able to protect herself and their grandson from harm. Maybe I should find a time to bring Jiro over. They must like Jiro very much, right? They liked her as much as they liked Lu Chaoga. Fang Yan put down his chopsticks. When he was about to discuss this with his grandparents, Lu Chaoga, who had been eating, said, Grandma, I'll talk to Fang Yan about it. Don't push him. Her grandmother loved Lu Xiaoga to the core, and she was very obedient to this girl who was very assertive. When she heard that she wanted to communicate with Fang Yan, her grandmother did not pursue the matter any further. Instead, she looked at Fang Yan and Lu Xiaoga earnestly and said, I'm still thinking of having a grandson. Your mother has nothing to do all day, and she's not in a good mood. If there's a child that can keep her busy, the situation will probably be better. Fang Yan nodded and said, I've been calling my mother these days. She's been in good spirits recently. I'll go back to visit her whenever I have time. Lu Gong put a piece of fish into his wife's bowl and said, Let's eat. Let the children worry about their own things. Let's eat. Grandma began to crazily stuff fish and meat into Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga's bowls. In the GMC limousine, Fang Yan was watching an entertainment program on TV. From time to time, he would laugh at the host's wonderful lines and funny actions. Lu Chaoga was reading a newly published fashion magazine. She was marking a few pieces of clothing and jewelry that she liked. When the time came, her assistant, Meng Xiaoying, would naturally buy them for her according to her measurements. Both of them looked very busy, and the atmosphere in the car was not heavy. However, they both felt that there was something blocking between them. Qining didn't know what had happened. He turned around and said, "Mr. Fang, the steamed buns that your grandma made were really delicious. There were 9 steamed buns in a steamer, and I ate 4 by myself. The other 2 guys ate 2.5 each, and they even complained that they weren't full." Fang Yan smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll ask Grandma to steam more for you next time." Qining looked at Fang Yan with a puzzled look and said, "Usually, when I make such a rude request, don't you directly reject it? Why did you agree so easily today? You're not going to ask anything of me, are you?" "I beg you to shut up," Fang Yan said. Qining looked at Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga in surprise, then quickly pulled up the small partition between the driver's seat and the back seat. He knew that the 2 people in the back were in trouble. Let them fight to the death and love each other. Fang Yan took the remote control and turned off the TV with a bang. He looked at Lu Xiaoga and asked, "Why didn't you let me explain to Grandma?" "How do you explain that?" Lu Xiaoga asked. "I have to tell them about it," said Fang Yan. "Grandpa told me to treat you well in the study. On the desk, Grandma forced us to get married again. Chaoga, they should know that I already have a girlfriend. Then tell them that Lu Chaoga isn't the woman you like. She's just a close friend, a business partner, and a friend of yours." "Chaoga, Fang Yan, being rejected by a man, this is such an embarrassing thing for a woman," Lu Xiaoga said in a sad voice. Even the big boss of Chaoyan Technology, the queen of Little Flame, had the emotional struggles of an ordinary girl. If this got out, the reporters would probably be shocked. "I'm sorry," Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga sincerely. "I just thought that we shouldn't let this misunderstanding get bigger and bigger. It'll only make things worse for us. I think they're not only urging me, but they're also urging you behind my back, right? I don't feel annoyed that they're urging me. On the contrary, I'm actually happy," said Lu Chaoga honestly. "Because someone cares about me, not because of benefits, but because of personal feelings." Lu Chaoga was wearing a white business suit. When she crossed her legs, the skirt of her short skirt was pulled up to the base of her plump thighs. She wore a light yellow silk shirt under the small silver jacket. The front of the shirt was pushed up high, and the buttons seemed to be ready to fly out at any time. Her long hair was loose, and the wind blew at the bottom. She wore light makeup, and her facial features were exquisite and flawless. She looked like a ripe peach. Everyone who saw her would have the same feeling. One bite, and the juice would splatter, sweet and delicious. She was already a 31-year-old woman. She had the best years of a woman, and she was at the peak of her career. However, this was also a dangerous stage, because the time between blooming and wilting was too short. "Fang Yan, you didn't do me wrong, I'm the one who should be apologizing." Lu Chaoga didn't avoid Fang Yan's gaze and directly stated the secret in her heart. "What you did today was right. You have the right and obligation to tell your grandparents that you have a girlfriend. You should even bring her in front of them for them to see. They are people you care about, and you hope that they can like each other. It's just that I made things difficult for you in the middle." Lu Chaoga smiled bitterly and said, "I know it's wrong, but I don't want to correct it. I'm too selfish. They said that when I wasn't here, you treated them very well. I treated them very well because they treated me better." Lu Chaoga gently stroked the hair on her forehead, and her palm unconsciously stroked the beauty on the page. She said, "After Aunt left, the only family I have in this world is you. I treat you as my family, and subconsciously, I also treat your grandparents as my family. After I found out that your father had an accident, I thought that they must be in a very bad mood, so I wanted to accompany them. No matter what, they are just two poor old people. On the way back, I encountered several ambushes. Although I managed to get through all of them safely, my grandfather still knew about it. He didn't allow me to visit them again. There were even several times when I stood in front of the small courtyard, and the door was tightly shut. No matter how I knocked on the door, no one answered. I still couldn't help but go over. Again and again. In the end, they were finally moved by me, and no longer forced me to leave, and no longer shut the door to prevent me from entering. Fang Yan, you are a very, very good person, and they are also very, very good people. It is precisely because you are too good to me that I am greedy for this feeling of home, so I can't bear to leave. So, when you wanted to expose all of this in front of my grandparents, I anxiously stopped you. Because I realized that I am not ready. Lu Chaoge looked at Fang Yan sincerely and said, Fang Yan, it is a fact that you have a girlfriend. We are friends, confidants, and business partners, but we are not lovers. This is also a fact. Since we are not lovers, how can we always live together like this? Since we are not lovers, how can I always occupy your family as my family? I will leave eventually, I just hope that you can give me a little time. There was a trace of weakness in Lu Chaoge's eyes, and there was even a hint of pleading. I just, also want to have a family. Chapter 640. Have you ever had this kind of trouble? The person who loves me chases after me closely, and the person I love can't wait for it. Of course, it's also possible that you only have troubles after that. Lu Chaoge was the queen of Chaoyan, the founder of the Chaoyan Empire, and the legendary woman who single-handedly pushed the Little Flame brand to the world. She was a distinguished professor at Harvard Business School, and the audience was always full for 3 consecutive days. She was the youngest female entrepreneur to appear on the cover of Time magazine, but also the most valuable one. Wherever she went, she was the focus of the crowd. She was the darling of countless media cameras. She was Lu Chaoge, an existence that people admired and feared. According to Lu Chaoge's current status, her life should be extremely rich and busy. In the morning, she should attend an economic conference attended by many heads of state. In the afternoon, she should go to the United States or other countries to discuss some important cooperation. She should take a nap on the road and have a spa on her private plane. In the evening, she should attend a cocktail party to communicate with the leaders in various fields, drink with elegant and witty men, and listen to humorous and cute old men brag. However, she had chosen to live a different life. In addition to work, she would go to the mall to buy groceries, and then come back to cook for Fang Yan and even Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. To put it in a very vulgar way, Lu Xiaoge's life was very incompatible with her family background. She could be a queen, but why did she choose to be a maid? However, Lu Chaoge was willing to accept it, and she cherished and enjoyed all of it. Her parents died when she was young, but she was adopted by an enemy couple. It wasn't easy for her to have an aunt, but she left early, making her an orphan again. Fortunately, in her most difficult time, Fang Yan appeared, shielding her from the wind and rain, blocking the open and covert attacks for her, so that she could survive and have dignity and wealth. She was grateful to Fang Yan. If it weren't for Fang Yan, she would have been stuffed in the trunk of a car and burned to death like her aunt, right? She also relied on Fang Yan. She relied on his strength, his wisdom, and the sense of security that he could bring her. It was also because of his luck at that time that led to the current worrying and tangled situation. Lu Chaoge was not Fang Yan's girlfriend, but many people misunderstood her as Fang Yan's girlfriend. On the other hand, Fang Yan's real girlfriend, Yi Ro, was unknown and had no sense of existence in her grandparents' hearts. Just as Lu Chaoge said, she would choose to leave and take the initiative to solve this problem. She just needed a little more time. She needed time to adapt to living alone. This was her deepest fear, something she abhorred, but it was her fate. She could only accept it. She could be selfish once, but could she really be selfish for the rest of her life? Fang Yen felt Lu Chaoga's sadness and reached out to hold Lu Chaoga's hand. Her little hand was cold, and the knee she touched was also cold. Perhaps the coldness came from the inside out. The life she didn't want to face would come again. The lively and companionable things she liked would return to the original point, returning to being alone. I didn't mean that. Fang Yen said with infinite pity. We've known each other for so many years. I understand you, and you understand me. We understand a lot of things without saying it out loud. I hope I can live a better life, and I hope you can live a better life than me. Fang Yen, I know you don't mean that. I know you better than you know me. You are a kind person and a sincere person. You value relationships and don't want the people around you to be hurt. Lu Chaoga held Fang Yan's hand tightly, looked at him and said, You're right. This is the ending we have to face. There will always be a solution. Fang Yan said with a smile, If you don't want me to explain to my grandparents, then I won't explain. I think one day, they will know the truth for themselves. What can you do? You have a girlfriend. You have to spend more time with her. You have to live with her. You have to take her to see all your relatives and friends. This is what a boyfriend or husband should do. Do we have to be together at that time? Do we have to live in the same house? Are you willing? Is your girlfriend willing? She's gentle. She's a very good person. If you get to know her, you'll definitely like her. Fang Yan, Lu Chaoga interrupted Fang Yan and said, Don't recklessly use that woman's feelings for you just because she loves you. If she doesn't want to, but sacrifices herself for you, what will you do? If the two of us pretend to be stupid, will it be fair to her? Will she be happy? Will we be happy again? It started because of me, so it will end because of me, Lu Chaoga said. I won't let you live alone again, Fang Yan said with a determined expression. Lu Chaoga's lips curled up and she said, Are you going to introduce a boyfriend to me? I don't like to hear you say that. Fang Yan smiled warmly and said, I won't say it. I'll wait for you to find him slowly. I can't find him. Why? There is a grave in my heart, burying the undead. Lu Chaoga looked out of the window and sighed. Fang Yan could only hold her hand tightly, trying to pass his strength and warmth to her. He could also say, Be my woman. Or he could just hold her in his arms and kiss her lips, but, is this the best solution? How can he face Yiro? How can he face his own heart? How can he face Lu Chaoga? What a proud and dignified woman she was. When Fang Yan was sleeping, Lan Shanggu called. Fang Yan pressed the answer button and asked, What's up? Mr. Luqi left early this morning. She rejected everyone's gifts. Lan Shanggu yawned and said sadly, I was worried about Mr. Luqi's safety, so I didn't dare to leave the Blue Mountain Club, thank you. Fang Yan said with a smile. You don't have to do this. Luqi likes peace and quiet. She doesn't want to be disturbed. You can go about your own business. You don't have to accompany her all the time. Even if a superstar comes, I don't have to accompany her. She's Luqi after all. Who asked her to be close to you and the woman? How can I not accompany her? Lan Shanggu said with a smile. I used your name to send gifts, but they were rejected by Mr. Luqi. I didn't keep a single one. These gifts are still in my treasure room. I have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the people who sent the gifts will think that Lan Shanggu deliberately took Mr. Luqi's gifts. What if someone comes to cause trouble? Fang Yan thought for a while and said, Then I'll sell them in the Blue Mountain Club again. Lan Shanggu was overjoyed and said, Okay, I'll tell them that they belong to Mr. Luqi. Those who want them can buy them. Or we can hold an auction. In that case, the rich people in Huaqing will fight to buy them. Fang Yan refused and said, There's no need to make such a big fuss. Luqi doesn't want to see herself become a tool for accumulating wealth. Just sell them at their proper value. Okay. Lan Shanggu agreed and asked with a bitter smile, What happens after I sell them? Where do I put the money? Those people won't agree to keep the money in my hands. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, donate the money to the Chaoyan Technology Charity Foundation in the name of Luqi. The Chaoyan Charity Foundation will give you a receipt and announce to the public how each sum of money is used. Because Lu Chaogo was an orphan herself, she could understand the loneliness of an orphan. When Chaoyan Technology was first established, she set up a charity foundation internally. Later, Chaoyan Technology grew rapidly and the funds that the foundation could control became larger and larger. The foundation was managed by herself and a few trusted people. They continuously donated schools, food, and clothes to children in poor areas. Lu Chaogo was very concerned about this matter, so she didn't have to worry that the money wouldn't be used for the children who really needed help. I know how to handle it. Lan Shanggu said with a smile, I'll tell them that you and Mr. Luqi have sent countless schools, books, and food to those children. I believe you can handle it. Fang Yan said with a smile. By the way, Qin Shuer asked someone to call me yesterday to apologize. He hopes that we can forgive his recklessness and greed. I told him that psychological trauma can't be healed in a short time. It needs time and opportunity. Lan Shanggu said. Do you think that what I said is particularly philosophical? It's like writing a poem. Fang Yan got up from the bed, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked to the balcony. He breathed in the fresh air outside and said, we're not punishing Qin Shuer, but the people behind him. If we easily forgive them, those people will feel that there's no cost to making a mistake. Driven by their interests, they will attack us again and again. I don't want to see such a situation. I understand. Lan Shanggu said. Before the matter is resolved, I'll cancel all the meals. Fang Yan smiled and said, I'm afraid that I have a meal on my side that won't be easy to cancel. Oh, I knew that there would be a lot of people looking for you. Lan Shanggu said with a smile, you decide. If you say let go, I'll throw Chen Guojing out. If you say continue, I'll let Chen Guojing stay at my Blue Mountain Club for a few more days. I'll give him good food and drinks, and he won't have any objections. Chapter 641. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yan went back to his room and changed into his white sportswear, then went to the yard to exercise. This was a compulsory lesson for him every day. Qi Ning and Fang Yingying were fighting. Qi Ning was still not a match for Fang Yingying, who had been practicing internal martial arts for a long time. However, compared to himself in the past, Qi Ning's strength had greatly improved. Internal martial arts focused on qi, while external martial arts focused on strength and stamina. Qi could be regenerated endlessly, but once strength and stamina were used up, there would be no more. Therefore, most external martial arts experts were not a match for internal martial arts experts. However, if an external martial arts expert broke through the shackles and stepped into the ranks of internal martial arts experts, then his achievements would often be astonishing. Therefore, Fang Yan was looking forward to Qin Ying's performance. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would give him some pointers. Bang! Qin Ying's body was sent flying by Fang Yingying's rhino dash. His body staggered backwards, then he fell on his butt. Fang Yingying laughed proudly and said, Little Yingying, what do you think? This move's strength is strong enough, right? Qi Ning gasped for breath and looked at Fang Yingying in shock. He said, What's going on? I've already locked onto your life gate and blocked off your attack route. Why aren't you affected at all? Little Yingying, you idiot, it's because you've been tricked by me. Fang Yingying said, twisting his big butt. In the past, he was forced to practice martial arts, but now he was the one forcing Qi Ning to practice martial arts. Every day, he would beat Qi Ning up for fun. What do you mean? Qi Ning was confused. The life gate you saw was the life gate I let you see. The attack route that you blocked was the attack route that I wanted you to block. Everything else was a trap. Fang Yingxiong was a good teacher, so he explained to Qi Ning very proudly. Qi Ning thought about it seriously and said, I still don't understand. Is that life gate the real life gate? Is that attack route the real attack route? Since it's all true, why is it a trap? This Fang Yingying was at a loss for words. He said perfunctorily, "This depends on your understanding, your personal understanding. It can't be explained clearly in a short time. You can slowly experience it." Fang Yan snickered in his heart. Fang Yingying had just touched the edge of seeing a mountain not as a mountain, and seeing a river not as water, so there were many things that he could not explain clearly himself. Just like what Qining had asked, the door of life was the door of life, and the route was the route. It was obviously locked and sealed, so why was it that he was deceived? Fang Yan walked in front of Fang Yingying and said with a smile, "Hero, use that rhinoceros charge again to attack me." Fang Yingying's expression changed greatly. He said, "Junior Martial Uncle, don't joke around so early in the morning." "I'm not joking with you," Fang Yan said. "Qining still doesn't understand, you still don't understand. If the two of us demonstrate it, the two of you will have a clearer and more intuitive feeling. Maybe at that time, Qining will understand, and you will also understand more and more." Fang Yingying shook his head and said, "The demonstration is fine, but can we change the person we're demonstrating to? For example, Qining and I will perform again. I'll use rhinoceros charge to attack him, and you'll give us a live commentary. Another example, you and Qining will do a demonstration, and I'll observe and try to improve myself. Qining will be able to directly experience the wonders of breaking and resolving attacks during the demonstration with you." Qining was shocked, and quickly said, "I don't know rhinoceros charge, you do it." "Fang Yingying, just the two of us," Fang Yan said in a strict tone. "Use the rhinoceros charge that knocked Qining down to hit me. I'll receive this attack." "Junior Martial Uncle, are you really my martial uncle or not?" Fang Yingying wanted to cry, but had no tears, and said, "I'm fatter than you, but I'm not as good looking as you. Why do you always see me as an eyesore?" Fang Yan was amused by Fang Yingying's tearful words, and said, "I don't see you as an eyesore, I just want to help you see things a bit more clearly. Come, or else I'll take the initiative to attack." Fang Yingying quickly wiped the smile off his face, and got into a stance for rhinoceros charge. Fang Yingxiong was usually a cheeky person, but when it came to battle, he was very careful. Because his master, Mo Qingdi, had warned him not to get his head chopped off while laughing foolishly. If that happened, no one would praise his optimism, they would only lament his stupidity. Not to mention that his opponent was junior martial uncle, Fang Yan, a powerful opponent who could easily chop off his head in the middle of a battle. Before the person arrived, the murderous intent came first. Fang Yan could feel Fang Yingying's fierce offensive, this kid was growing faster and faster. Perhaps, Mo Qingdi's departure and disappearance had left a deep scar in the hearts of these two brothers. After all, it was Mo Qingdi who brought them out from the beggars, and it was also Mo Qingdi who taught them martial arts, giving them a different kind of life. They had always regarded Mo Qingdi as their master and father. Their own master and father had disappeared, as children, how could they not be worried? Fang Yan waved at Fang Yingying, and said, "Come. Use all your strength." "Roar!" Fang Yingying roared, and then rushed towards Fang Yan's direction. Fang Yan lifted his right foot, and the tip of his foot drew a circle in the air on the grass. One hand was hidden behind his back, and the other was flat on his abdomen. Clang, 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 Fang Yingying was like an enraged rhinoceros, charging towards Fang Yan's body, with great momentum and vigor. Moreover, when he bent his body and ran, his body also hid many changes. At any time, he could change his attack according to the target's reaction. Fang Yan's flat right hand suddenly blasted out, and grabbed the rhinoceros's vital horn, the top of Fang Yingying's head. The circle-drawing foot moved forward and blocked all of his attack routes. This was the move Qining used to block Fang Yingying. Fang Yan's arm pulled back, and then suddenly shook forward. Bang! Fang Yingying was like a ball, sent flying by Fang Yan's palm. Bang! Bang! Fang Yingying's body rolled all the way until he hit the corner of the backyard of the small courtyard. Fang Yingying rubbed his aching head, crying and shouting, "I knew it would be like this, I knew it would be like this." Qining ran over to help Fang Yingying up from the ground, and helped him pat the dust and grass off his body. Fang Yan chuckled as he looked at Qining and Fang Yingxiong, asking, "Do you understand now?" Qining nodded, saying, "I think I understand a bit." Fang Yingying wiped his tears, saying, "I don't understand. I just knew that my body of over 100 pounds was going to fall apart." Fang Yan glanced at Fang Yingying, saying, "Wait until you can no longer feel the pain in your body, then you will truly understand." "If you put it like that," Fang Yingying was so angry that his liver was hurting, saying, "How can I refute you?" Fang Yan smiled, walking straight to the side to practice martial arts. He let Qining and Fang Yingying mumble to each other, not knowing what they were talking about. After Fang Yan finished practicing, he went back to his room to take a shower, changed into a set of dry clothes, and sat on the balcony to read a book. Today was Saturday, so he didn't have to go to school or work. Fang Yan could use this entire day to do things he liked. The sound of a car engine came from the entrance of the courtyard. Lu Chaoga's secretary, Meng Xiaoying, had come with a black van. Seeing her instructing the bodyguards to move boxes from the van to the courtyard, Fang Yan stood up, and couldn't help but ask, "Meng Xiaoying, what are you moving?" "Gifts," Meng Xiaoying said. "What gifts? Aren't you going home?" Meng Xiaoying stood in the grass in the courtyard, looking up to talk to Fang Yan on the balcony on the second floor. "Yes, what's wrong?" Fang Yan instantly understood, looking at Meng Xiaoying and asking, "These are gifts you want me to bring back?" "Yes, boss said you wanted to go home, so he gave me a shopping list," Meng Xiaoying said. "Our secretarial team of more than 10 people worked for 2 days before they finished buying it." "Mr. Fang, do you want to check it first?" Fang Yan sighed softly, saying, "No need." He sat back on the recliner, but he had already lost the mood to read. At the dinner table, he mentioned that he wanted to go home to see his mother and grandfather for the next 2 days. At the time, Lu Chaoga didn't say anything, but she firmly remembered this sentence in her heart. She asked people to buy gifts that were piled up like a small mountain. How could he bring it back? A beauty's kindness is heavy. Zhujiang Bank, one of the most luxurious and famous villas in Huacheng. Su Qi's birthday party was being held here. Su Qi wore a white strapless gown, with a pair of silver high-heeled shoes on her feet. On her head was a beautiful crown made of more than 100 Swarovski crystals of different sizes. She was the well-deserved female lead of the night. She was like a princess in the crowd, and everywhere she went, there would be enthusiastic cheers and heartfelt praises. "Su Qi, you look so beautiful tonight. Su Qi, you look like a princess. Su Qi, can we take a picture?" Su Qi walked through the crowd of friends and relatives, chatting and smiling, satisfying everyone's various requests. When no one was paying attention, she quietly walked to the backyard, wanting to take a breath. This kind of occasion made people feel physically and mentally exhausted, but they couldn't show any trace of impatience. "Everyone came for you, so what right do you have to be impatient? There's a heartbreaking sadness in your eyes," a man in a black suit said in a low voice as he walked out from a dark corner. Chapter 642. Su Qi turned around, looked at the man's smooth head, and said with a smile, "Baldy, you're not suitable for this kind of fresh and clean path." The Baldy said helplessly, "Ugly people don't have a way to go. No path is suitable for them. You won't either." Su Qi patted his shoulder and comforted him, "You can go the flirty route. You can't give others face, but you can give them warmth. There will always be a type that suits you." "What is the flirty route?" "They are usually meticulous and considerate, able to take care of the family, and know how to cook. More importantly, they can understand and sympathize with other people's feelings," Su Qi explained. Baldy was so excited that he shouted, I am. I have everything you said. I can cook, I take care of the family, I'm meticulous and considerate, and I can understand other people's feelings very well. When people reject me, I'm not angry at all, and I'll politely say it's okay. If I were a woman, I wouldn't like a man like me. So I'm the legendary flirty guy. I heard that girls nowadays like flirty guys. I'm not done yet." Su Qi interrupted Baldy and said, "Most of them are the slender and clean type. They dress comfortably and appropriately, and they won't appear too impetuous or exaggerated. They're like the sun, and they can give people a warm feeling. Baldy held his glass, turned around, and left. If I were to look like the sun, would I be afraid that there wouldn't be flowers and grass to nourish me? Hey, don't go, Su-Chi shouted. Baldy turned around with a sad face and said, Missy, it's already very sad to look like this. Please don't discourage me. I didn't want to discourage you, Su-Chi said with a smile. Then you still want me to be a flirty guy? Look at me, which girl will feel warm when they see me? At least they will feel safe, right? Who will find a safe man? Okay, let's change the topic. Su-Chi smiled with her eyes squinted, and said, Is Mr. Fang really not coming? Look, Mr. Fang is such an insecure man, but so many people like him. But those girls who like unsafe men are praising me for looking safe. What kind of mentality do you have to say such things? Su-Chi was speechless. Baldy glanced at Su-Chi and sighed softly. Mr. Fang probably won't come, right? He seldom attends student gatherings. So that's how it is. Su-Chi sighed. I thought I was different from others. Poochie, Baldy laughed. What are you laughing at? All the girls think that they're different from the others. Baldy, do you want to die? Alright, don't be angry. I'll send you another message to see if Mr. Fang can come. Why don't you just call them? That won't do. Baldy straightforwardly refused. Mr. Fang lives with our headmaster Lu. If I call him and Headmaster Lu hears it, Headmaster Lu will ask who called. He said that Baldy invited me to a student's birthday party. Do you think I, as the head of security, can sit still? You're so useless. A head of security can make you so nervous. If you help me invite Mr. Fang, I'll find you a better job, how about it? No. Baldy waved his hand. I won't do a better job. I like being the head of security. Why? When I was a child, my family was poor, so I didn't have the opportunity to study. So, when I grew up, I especially liked to be with those cultured people, Baldy said with a serious face. His eyes had something that moved people. Seeing those children carrying school bags and skipping in front of me, I feel very happy. This kind of feeling, TSK, I can't buy it no matter how much money you give me. Su-Chi looked at him and said, Baldy, you're really a good person. A very good person. Baldy drank the wine in his glass and said in a low voice, a lot of girls say that. Su-Chi was amused by Baldy's words and said, remember what you promised me. Don't worry. I'll send a message to Mr. Fang now, Baldy promised. But I can't guarantee that he will come out. Su-Chi, someone in the room called Su-Chi's name. Su-Chi waved to the security trio of Baldy, Wang Cheng, and Li Jun. She said, you three must eat and drink well, don't be polite with me, I'll go in for a while and come out soon. Baldy waved his hand and said, go ahead, don't worry about us. Wang Cheng and Li Jun were already red in the face and couldn't speak clearly. Who asked them to discover that the wine provided by the owner was all good wine that they had never seen before, heard of, or even understood? Baldy picked up a bottle of whiskey and took a big gulp. He looked at Wang Cheng and Li Jun with disgust and said, look at you two, burp. In the shadow under the eaves of the corridor, a young man saw this scene and quickly ran to the front yard. A group of young men and women came to the backyard, talking and laughing. When they saw Baldy, Wang Cheng, and Li Jun lying on the ground and drinking, they all had disgusted expressions on their faces. A young man in a black suit and a bow tie walked over and kicked Baldy's butt. He asked, who are you? Baldy didn't like it when people kicked his butt. It made him feel like a naughty child. He didn't like to be someone else's child. Baldy stood up with the bottle in his hand, stared at the group of young people in front of him, and shouted, which school are you students from? Go to class, you're going to be late. His steps were unsteady, and he was already a bit drunk. When he saw these young people, he mistook them for students and habitually carried out his duty. Class. Did you hear that? He's telling us to go to class. Ha ha ha, who is this guy? Is he a teacher from a school? Maybe, look at his hair, it's all gone. Being a teacher is really hard. These young people weren't afraid of Baldy's authority at all. They laughed and guessed Baldy's identity. The man with the bow tie looked at Baldy and asked, "Are you teachers from a school?" Teachers from Rosefinch Secondary. Of course, Baldy struggled to open his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him, and said, "No, then who are you?" The man with the bow tie looked at Baldy and asked. "We are Rosefinch Secondary Security," Baldy said with a proud face. "I'm the head of security." Everyone looked at each other and felt like they were struck by lightning. Why are these security guards here? Did they sneak in? They can't come in without an invitation. If they can come in, they must have been invited by Suki. Suki's brain isn't fried, right? Why would she invite a group of security guards? Even if she wanted to have a uniform party, there's no need to have a security uniform party, right? The man with the bow tie waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. He smiled at Baldy and said, "Is there a student named Fang Yen in your school?" Fang Yen? Baldy was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No, he's not a student." "Then who is he?" The man with the bow tie asked with a dark look. Baldy looked into the eyes of the man with the bow tie and couldn't help but shiver. He sensed danger from the man's eyes. Stimulated by this strong sense of danger, he also sobered up. "Why do you want to know about Fang Yen?" "I'm just curious," the man with the bow tie said. "Tell me, how about it?" "If he's not a student, then who is he?" "I can't tell you," Baldy said. "Why not?" The man with the bow tie asked strangely. "Because I'm worried that you'll hurt him," Baldy said. "I see a murderous glint in your eyes." The man with the bow tie squinted his eyes and smiled. "Why would we? We just want to be friends with him." "No, you're not," Baldy waved his hand. "I've seen many people, you're not, sincerely looking to be friends." The man with the bow tie picked up a beer bottle from the ground, looked at the English words on it, and said, "Then tell me, how should I be friends?" "Smile. A smile that comes from the bottom of my heart. I'm willing to be friends with Fang Yen because he smiles at me like this. When he smiles at me, I feel like we've known each other for years. That's why I let him use the small boat that's under the watch of the security office, and even agreed to be his boatman." "I guessed right, he really is a friend of a friend." "You don't think my smile is good?" The man with the bow tie looked up at Baldy and asked with a smile. "It's not that your smile is bad, it's that your smile is terrible. What kind of friend would make people scared when they smile?" Baldy said with a sincere expression. "Hey, Baldy, what are you talking about?" Someone behind the man with the bow tie was unhappy. "That's right, where did this little tramp come from? He's so ugly, seriously affects my appetite." The man with the bow tie waved his hand again, stopping everyone from attacking Baldy. He took out his wallet from his pocket and handed the stack of bills to Baldy, saying, "As long as you give me an answer, this money is all yours." Baldy waved his hand and said, "I can't do that. Also, let bygones be bygones." "What bygones?" "You said that I don't smile well." "Hey, I thought it was something serious." "Then why did you call me a little tramp and say that I'm ugly?" "I wasn't angry either, right? That's just lip service, you can't take it seriously. So you don't want to help me with this little favor?" "It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't. Fang Yen is my friend, my brother. How could I betray him?" "You really are ugly," the man with the bow tie looked at Baldy's drunken face and said. As he spoke, he raised the bottle in his hand and smashed it at Baldy's head. Crack, the bottle broke. Chapter 643. Southerners liked the view of the river. In their view, water represented gold. If they lived along the river, they would naturally make a fortune. The Pearl River side occupied the entrance of the Pearl River, and every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Those who could live here were not simple people. I don't know if Baldy and the others came. If they found out that Su Chi was holding a birthday party here, they would probably be scared to the point of wetting their pants. Thinking of Baldy and the others' surprised expression, Fang Yen couldn't help but grin. With such a group of funny friends around him, his life was full of lively and joyful elements. Fang Yen handed the invitation to the security booth. After the security verified the authenticity of the invitation, he saluted the car respectfully and opened the door to let them pass. Driving in the middle of the spacious driveway of the villa community, Fang Yen was not surprised at all. He had long guessed that Su Chi's background was not simple, and the subsequent events had verified his guess again and again. According to the roadside signs, Fang Yen found Su Chi's home without a hitch. Her home was really too easy to find. Because the third house at the mouth of the river was where she lived. Therefore, the address on the invitation was written, Pearl Riverside 003 Building. Fang Yen parked the car in the spacious parking lot at the door and then walked toward the villa's small courtyard. Sir, please show me your invitation. The old butler at the door performed his duty dutifully. Okay. Fang Yen handed over the invitation in his hand. Mr. Fang, a surprised voice came over. Fang Yen looked up and saw Su Chi, who was wearing a white dress and a diamond crown on her head, quickly coming in his direction. The old butler bowed slightly to Fang Yen and said with a smile, "It seems that there is no need to verify it." Indeed. Fang Yen liked this polite and humorous little old man very much, so he said with a smile. Su Chi walked quickly to Fang Yen and said happily, "Mr. Fang, I have been worried that you would not come. If that was the case, I would be too disappointed. I was worried that the Birthday Star Guild would be disappointed, so I came," Fang Yen said with a smile. He handed over the gift box in his hand and said, "You look very beautiful today." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." Su Chi took the gift and said, "I've already said that you coming is the best gift I've ever received." Fang Yen made a shushing gesture and said, "Keep your voice down, or the other guests won't know if they should take out their gifts, understood?" Su Chi blinked and said to the housekeeper beside her, "Uncle Fu, don't tell anyone what I said. Otherwise, humph." "Miss, what were you talking about?" "I'm deaf, so I can't hear you," the butler said with a smile. The three of them laughed. Su Chi stepped forward and held on to Fang Yen's arm. She said, "Mr. Fang, let me introduce some friends to you." "Okay." Fang Yen nodded and said, "Are Baldy and the others here?" "Yes, they're drinking in the backyard." Su Chi said, "They're not used to the atmosphere in the front, so I let them enjoy the food and wine in the backyard. To be honest, I like the backyard too. It's quiet and comfortable there. Even the air in my lungs feels fresher." "Then I'll go to the backyard later," Fang Yen said. "But you're the birthday star today, so you're the focus of everyone's attention. You can't leave the guests and go to the backyard by yourself. Sigh, I'm so pitiful." Seeing the little princess walk in with a man's arm, many people in the hall cast surprised looks at them. "Is that Su Chi's boyfriend? He looks quite handsome. The little princess of the Mei family has quite good taste. Is she an adult?" "Old Su, a Harry's son-in-law is here today, but isn't it a little too early for him to be here?" In the middle of the living room stood an elegant middle-aged man in a white shirt. He looked at Fang Yen and Su Chi who were walking side by side intimately and raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. A beautiful woman in a light red cheongsam stood beside him. Seeing the man's unhappy expression, she said in a sweet voice, "Old Su, you feel uncomfortable seeing your precious daughter being intimate with another man? It's said that daughters are their father's lovers in their previous lives. This is indeed true, nonsense." The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "How old is Chi-Chi?" "She's only in middle school, but she's already brought her boyfriend home. Is this proper?" The woman held the man's arm and said, "Now that you're a father, you know how to blame your daughter. When you kidnapped me, we weren't even in high school yet, right? How old was I then? My dad said the same thing about you, and you weren't convinced. How can it be the same thing?" The man said impatiently. do you know who that kid is? Didn't Su Chi bring him here? Why don't you just ask him yourself later, the woman said. As the two of them were talking, Su Chi had already walked up to them while holding Fang Yan's hand. Su Chi looked at the middle-aged man and said to Fang Yan, this is my father, Su Boya. Fang Yan took the initiative to extend his hand to Su Boya and said with a smile, Mr. Su, nice to meet you. You have a smart daughter. Although Su Boya didn't like Fang Yan, his good character prevented him from easily showing his emotions. Therefore, when Fang Yan extended his hand, he still very gracefully extended his hand to shake Fang Yan's. It was a very perfunctory handshake. Su Chi then pointed at the beautiful woman in the cheongsam and said, this is my mother, Mei Xinjian. Madam Mei, nice to meet you. Fang Yan extended his hand to Mei Xinjian again and said, your daughter is as beautiful as you. Mei Xinjian gave a refreshing smile and said, thank you, you really know how to talk. Su Chi pointed at Fang Yan and said, this is our school's teacher, Fang Yan. Teacher? Su Boya and Mei Xinjian looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They knew that Rosefinch Secondary School rules were extremely strict. Teachers and students were definitely not allowed to fall in love. Su Chi looked at her parents' expressions and asked with a smile, you two seem to be very worried. Could it be that you think I'm bringing my boyfriend back to see you? Su Boya glared at Su Chi and said, Su Chi, don't joke with the teacher like this. Su Boya took the initiative to extend his hand to Fang Yan, and his attitude suddenly became much more amiable and warm. He said with a beaming face, Mr. Fang, welcome to Su Chi's birthday party. Fortunately, Su Chi is a sensible child and knows to invite the teacher. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of our duty as parents. Fang Yan shook hands with Su Boya again and said, Mr. Su, you're treating me like an outsider. I'm also very happy to be able to attend Su Chi's birthday party. Mei Xinjian looked at his daughter thoughtfully and said, Su Chi, you have to take care of Mr. Fang. Don't be impolite. Mom, don't worry. I definitely won't let Mr. Fang be thirsty or hungry, Su Chi said with a smile. She once again extended her hand to hold Fang Yan's arm. Fang Yan felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to avoid it, but he was worried that he would hurt her pride in front of Su Chi's parents. Su Chi, let's not, Fang Yan said in a low voice. How about this? You're my teacher and my elder. This is a very normal etiquette, Mr. Fang, you aren't thinking the wrong thing, are you? Su Chi's gentle voice spoke into Fang Yan's ear. Fang Yan tried to avoid it once, but after failing, he didn't try again. Wouldn't it be more suspicious if he made too big of a move in front of Su Chi's parents? Looking at Fang Yan and Su Chi's departing figures, Su Boya said with a smile, it was a false alarm. So it's Su Chi's teacher. Su Chi looks gentle on the surface, but she's proud and aloof. She usually wouldn't take the initiative to bring strangers home. Today, she took the initiative to invite Mr. Fang to her birthday party, which proves that this Mr. Fang is very capable. I'm afraid it's not just a teacher-student relationship, right? Mei Xinjian sized up Fang Yan's back with a sharp gaze and said, when did you ever see your daughter take the initiative to hold another man's arm? Other than you? Su Boya's expression, which had just relaxed, froze again. Su Chi took out 2 glasses of iced gold wine and handed one to Fang Yan while holding the other herself. Mr. Fang, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Su Chi raised the wine glass in the air and said, I'm really, really happy. Come, let me offer you a toast. Fang Yan raised his glass and clinked it with hers, saying, I just wanted to ask for a drink. Then I'll accompany you for a few drinks today, Su Chi said with a smile as she finished the gold wine in her glass in one gulp. Looks like you can hold your liquor well. Fang Yan also finished the gold wine in his glass in one gulp. He looked at Su Chi and asked, where's my friend you said you wanted to see? Su Chi looked around and said, I didn't see him either. I don't know where he went to study earthworms. Mr. Fang, shall we have another drink? Fang Yan drank 2 more glasses with Su Chi. In the process, people kept coming to talk to Su Chi and propose toasts. Fang Yan looked at Su Qi and said, Su Qi, I saw a lot of people looking for you. Go do what you need to do. I'll go talk to Baldy and the others for a while. All right. They're in the backyard, Mr. Fang, I'll go find you in a bit. Fang Yan had just walked to the backyard when he saw the bowtie man throw the wine bottle at Baldy. The wine bottle broke. Baldy's head was also bleeding. Baldy's body spun twice on the spot before falling to the ground with a bang. The bowtie man threw the wine bottle in his hand onto the grass and said with a face full of sarcasm, a little security guard, I didn't expect him to be so loyal. Little security guards are not only loyal, Fang Yan walked towards Baldy step by step and said with a hint of anger in his voice, they're also willing to stand up for their brother. Chapter 644. Baldy was innocent. The person LV Kailuan really hated was Fang Yan. LV Kailuan's father, LV Zhonghang, and Su Qi's father, Su Boya, had been close friends for many years and were also business partners. Because their fathers were very close, Su Qi and LV Kailuan had known each other since they were very young. They played together, studied together, and traveled together. The two of them could be said to be childhood sweethearts. When they were young, the adults of the two families had more than once said that the two of them should be engaged. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had other thoughts. LV Kailuan liked Su Qi, but he had never expressed it. However, he knew that Su Qi must belong to him, just as he felt that he also belonged to Su Qi. Su Qi was still too young and young. He wanted to give her more time, to let her get more freedom. He thought that Su Qi should understand his thoughts. When she was tired of playing and had enough, she would return to his embrace. At that time, everything would be logical, and they would naturally walk into the palace of marriage hand in hand. They would love each other for a lifetime and become the only one for each other. LV Kailuan imagined their future to be extremely beautiful. He felt that he was a very open-minded and magnanimous man. If it was any other man, how could he allow the girl he liked to play around in this world of sensual pleasures? It was not until Li Mingming ran over and said that he had a rival in love and that Su Qi might have fallen in love with a man named Fang Yan that Wang Kailuan realized that things seemed to have changed. Su Qi, perhaps, really didn't belong to him anymore. Even if she didn't belong to him, she couldn't belong to anyone else. This was also the reason why he brought a group of people to tease Baldy and wanted to find out information about Fang Yan from him. It was just that the little security guard really didn't know what was good for him. After being tempted by money, he still remained unmoved, which stimulated the hostility in his bones. Knocking down a little security guard was a very shameful thing for him. Because of the difference in status, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from this victory. Instead, he felt that hitting someone in front of his friends had damaged the refined image that he had always maintained. Seeing that Baldy was knocked down with a wine bottle, Wang Chang and Li Jun sobered up and strode toward the direction where Baldy was lying. Director, are you all right? It's bleeding, hurry up and stop the bleeding. Wang Chang took off his suit and pressed the fabric of his shirt against the wound on Baldy's head. Li Jun screamed in a hoarse voice, hurry up and save them, who can help save them? Fang Yan walked to Baldy and squatted down. He opened Wang Chang's suit and reached out to touch the wound on Baldy's head. He said, don't worry, it'll be fine. As he spoke, he took out a small brown bottle from his pocket. He uncorked the bottle and poured most of the contents over Baldy's head, smoothing it over evenly with his finger. Baldy had no hair, so he avoided a lot of unnecessary steps. Then, something strange happened. The mint-flavored medicine mixed with the blood on Baldy's head and turned into a muddy paste. The mushy substance was a natural hemostatic membrane. The bleeding had stopped. Fang Yan picked up Wang Chang's suit and wiped the blood on his hands. You two take care of him, Fang Yan said. Mr. Fang, Wang Chang said with a sad face, they hit people for no reason. Fang Yan nodded and said, I know. Fang Yan got up and walked step by step toward where LV Kailuan was standing. Since Fang Yan appeared, LV Kailuan's eyes had been on Fang Yan. At first, he didn't know Fang Yan's identity. It wasn't until the little security guard called him Mr. Fang that LV Kailuan realized that this guy was the Fang Yan that he wanted to know, another little security guard. LV Kailuan thought indignantly in his heart. He didn't like his opponent or love rival to be a security guard. If that happened, he felt that his style would be dragged down countless times. It would be such a shameful thing if this spread out. Competing with a security guard for a woman, even if he won, where was the fun in it? Fang Yan walked toward LV Kailuan step by step. His footsteps were heavy, and each step was stepping on the hearts of everyone present. Bang, 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 intentionally or unintentionally, everyone was calculating Fang Yan's steps in their hearts. He didn't have the intention to stop, as if he wanted to confront LV Kailuan face to face. LV Kailuan's pupils contracted slightly. He felt the invisible pressure brought by Fang Yan. He felt that each step was like knocking on his heart, his body was slightly trembling, and his calves were inadvertently shaking. He wanted to retreat, he wanted to run away. However, he couldn't do that. He was LV Kailuan, a high and mighty young master, he couldn't be scared away by a little security guard. Close. Infinitely close. Fang Yan walked in front of LV Kailuan. His eyes looked at LV Kailuan's eyes, and his chin was about to touch LV Kailuan's nose. As long as he pouted, it was possible for him to kiss LV Kailuan's hair. Because of his height advantage, he looked very aggressive. Fang Yan could hear LV Kailuan's rapid breathing, and he could feel his fierce heartbeat. He knew that he was afraid, and he knew his emotions well. You, LV Kailuan opened his mouth to say something harsh, but found that he didn't have that kind of courage at all. He didn't know why, but his pride, his self-esteem, and the arrogance and hostility in his heart all disappeared in front of this man. He knew that Fang Yan and Baldi, who was knocked down by him with a bottle, were companions, teachers, or security guards. He wouldn't care about such identities. However, he was afraid of him. LV Kailuan swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "Do what you just did to my friend," Fang Yan said. LV Kailuan turned and ran. He didn't want to be hit in the head by the bottle. He didn't know why, but when this man said these threatening words in front of him, he believed that he could do it. Fang Yan didn't chase after him, but with a flick of his foot, an empty bottle flew into the air. When the wine bottle fell to a certain height, Fang Yan leaped up and kicked out with his leg. Bang! Fang Yan was like a superb football player, and the bottle became the football that the player kicked out. Without any suspense, the football hit the target, LV Kailuan's head. Crack! The bottle made a crisp cracking sound. LV Kailuan's body rushed forward a few steps, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Ah! A girl's scream was heard. Someone come, murder, murder, security, security. Su Kailuan was injured. Hearing the crying outside, the people in the villa were alarmed, and one by one, they all ran out. A middle-aged woman in a black dress saw LV Kailuan lying on the ground, and with a scream, she rushed toward LV Kailuan with large strides. Kailuan, Kailuan, what's wrong with you? Heavens, there's blood. As the host of today's banquet, Su Boya hurriedly gave an order when he saw an injured person appear in the courtyard. He said, "Quickly send Kailuan to the hospital, there's a private hospital nearby." A few bodyguards in black rushed over, nimbly lifted LV Kailuan, and ran outside. The middle-aged woman grabbed Su Boya's arm and said, "Su Boya, you have to give me an explanation." After saying that, she ran outside with her son, who was being carried away. Without waiting for Su Boya to ask, someone explained the situation to him. "Uncle, he was the one who injured Brother Kailuan." He threw a bottle at Brother Kailuan's head. The slightly plump Lu Zhonghang stared at Fang Yan with an unfriendly gaze, and said, "Boya, is this also your guest?" Su Boya knew that his old friend was on the verge of exploding, and said, "Zhonghang, don't be angry. Let's first clarify the situation. How exactly can we clarify the situation?" Lu Zhonghang said bluntly, "They've already said it very clearly. This wretched tramp injured Kailuan, and he used a bottle to smash Kailuan's head. Look at the bottle dregs on the ground, even the bottle was smashed by him. How ruthless must he be? Su Boya was also very angry that something like this had happened. However, this was a teacher brought by his daughter, so he had to at least maintain the appropriate etiquette. Su Boya looked at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang, what's going on? Did you really use a beer bottle to injure someone?" Fang Yan nodded and said, "Yes. That person just now, his name is Lu Kailuan. I was indeed the one who injured him." Mr. Fang, no matter how good Su Boya's temper was, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "How could you injure someone? You're a teacher. Do you understand the meaning of being a teacher?" "I understand," Fang Yan said. "But I also hope that you can understand the meaning of another phrase, equality of all living things." Fang Yan pointed at the unconscious Baldi on the ground and said, "When you were rushing to send Lu Kailuan to the hospital, did you notice that there was another injured person lying here? Just like how you only saw Lu Kailuan being injured by a beer bottle, why didn't you see that there was another person injured by a beer bottle here? Was it just because the former was the son of a tycoon, and the latter was just a security guard? If you hadn't provoked him, how could he have been injured?" Lu Zhonghang was burning with anger. He pointed at Fang Yan and shouted, "What? You're beating people up with reason?" He turned to stare at Su Boya and said, "Old Su, don't blame me for not giving you face. I don't care what your relationship with this bastard is, if he doesn't give me an explanation today, he can forget about leaving this courtyard." Chapter 645. In the eyes of parents, their own children were always the best. LV Zhonghang was certain that Lu Kailuan was the one being bullied. He was knocked down by those vulgar security guards using some dirty tricks. His son had received a high-quality education and had gone through strict aristocratic etiquette training. How high could the quality of a security guard be? Beating someone up without saying a word, wasn't that something they would do? His own son being knocked out with a wine bottle was something unbearable to LV Zhonghang. Who wouldn't have a temper when they were rich and had a good background? Thus, after LV Zhonghang threatened Su Boya not to lend a hand, he shouted loudly, "Men, beat this brat up until even his own mother can't recognize him. Pay him back double for how he treated Karen." Clang clang clang, two burly men dressed in black walked out from the crowd and strode in the direction of Fang Yan. Tonight's birthday girl, Su Qi, was in the inner room dealing with the praises of a few elders. When she heard the screams outside, she quickly ran out. When she came out, she happened to see LV Zhonghang instructing the bodyguards to teach Fang Yan a lesson. "Uncle LV, Uncle LV," Su Qi lifted her skirt and quickly ran in front of Fang Yan. She used her frail body to shield Fang Yan and looked at LV Zhonghang with a pleading expression, saying, "Uncle LV, is there a misunderstanding? He's my teacher, how could you let someone hit him?" LV Zhonghang's expression was slightly kinder when he faced Su Qi because he knew that her father was Su Boya, but her mother was Mei Xinjian. His voice was still filled with anger as he said, "Teacher? Just because a teacher is a teacher, he can casually hit someone? Even if a teacher hits someone in school, it's considered corporal punishment. I can sue him. If a teacher hits someone outside the school, he's a hooligan, a wretched scoundrel. He even dared to hit someone with a wine bottle. Which school's teacher would dare to do such a thing? What kind of teacher is such a person? He's nothing more than a bandit." Su Qi turned around to look at Fang Yan and said, "Uncle Lu, Mr. Fang wouldn't hit someone for no reason, right?" "In between, Su Qi, what do you mean?" LV Zhonghang's anger flared up again. He wouldn't hit someone for no reason. In other words, Karen deserved to be beaten up. Does he deserve to be smashed in the head with a wine bottle? "Uncle Lu, that's not what I meant. I just hope that everyone can calm down and analyze the truth together." In the face of LV Zhonghang's aggressive attack, Su Qi was still calm. He looked at LV Zhonghang with spirited eyes and said with a sincere expression. Seeing his beloved daughter speak up for Fang Yan, Su Boya had no choice but to step forward to calm things down. He looked at LV Zhonghang and said, "Old LV, don't be rash. Why don't you just listen to the person in question? We're not people who can't tell right from wrong. Just be quiet. You want to talk about it? Old Sue, it's easy for you to say. My son was beaten until he fainted. What else can he say? What can he say? The person in question is still fine, but I won't listen to what he has to say. Sue Boya pointed at the young people in the courtyard and said, aren't they standing together with Karen? Why don't we just listen to what they have to say? Sue Boya turned around and swept a glance at the young people. He said, you must tell the truth. Don't be biased or hide anything. Su Chi turned to look at Fang Yen and said, Mr. Fang, tell us the situation first. Fang Yen nodded and pointed at Baldy, who was lying on the ground. He said, when I came, I saw Karen use a wine bottle to smash my friend to the ground. So, I used the same method to knock him to the ground. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Those who hit others should naturally be beaten back. You bastard. What LV Zhonghang couldn't stand the most was Fang Yen acting high and mighty, as if he was in the right and was trying to reason with him. Su Boya stared at a weak-looking young man and shouted, Su Li, why did Karen hit someone with a wine bottle? Because. Su Li carefully glanced at the young people around him. He didn't dare to answer his uncle's question. Su Li, tell the truth. Don't let others influence you, Su Boya shouted sternly. Because Karen was jealous, Su Li said softly. Karen heard that Su Chi had a good relationship with a guy with the surname Fang, so she ran over to ask the bodyguard who the person with the surname Fang was. The bodyguard refused to say, so Karen, Su Chi looked at Baldy guiltily. She didn't expect that the matter had started because of her. She knew how Karen felt about her, and she had always treated Karen as a very good friend because they had grown up together. However, that was all. How could friendship replace love? Someone must have overheard the conversation between her and Baldy in the backyard, and then Lu Kailuan came to cause trouble for Baldy. Lu Kailuan knocked Baldy down with a wine bottle, and teacher Fang Yen knocked Lu Kailuan down with a wine bottle. So Karen used a wine bottle to smash someone's head in a fit of rage? Su Boya asked coldly. Yes. Su Boya turned to look at LV Zhonghang and said, Old Lu, look at your good son. Children can't be spoiled. Karen was the one who attacked first, so she was in the wrong first. Old Su, are you kidding me? It was my son who was injured. How can the life of a small security guard be compared to my son's life? Su Boya frowned slightly and said, Old Su, what you said is very wrong. Just now, Mr. Fang said that all living beings are equal. Whether it was Karen or the injured security guard, they were raised by their parents. Compared to their parents and relatives, they were all living beings. In your eyes, Karen's life is naturally the most important. In the hearts of his parents and children, that little security guard's life is above everything else. It's all life, so how can there be a difference in status? Old Su, who are you speaking for? LV Zhonghang was rather dissatisfied with Su Boya's attitude. I'm not helping anyone. I'm reasoning with you, Su Boya said. Old Lu, we've known each other for many years. You should know my character. I think you were too rash in this matter. This matter is clearly Karen's fault. If you let someone beat up Mr. Fang, that would be adding to your mistake. Then my son was beaten up for nothing. Su Boya pointed at Baldy, who was in Wang Chang's arms, and said, what about him? What did he do wrong? He was beaten up by Karen to this state. At the end of the day, this matter is Karen's fault. Zhonghang, you are Karen's elder. You should stand up and take responsibility for this matter for Karen. Don't let others laugh at us for not being broad-minded, and even more so, don't let others insult us for using our power to bully others. Fang Yen stared at Su Boya with a burning gaze. At this moment, he had a whole new level of respect for this man. To be able to choose justice in the face of friendship and justice, how rare was such a person? What a joke. My son was beaten up. As his father, not only did I not get justice for him, but I also have to apologize to the person who beat him up. LV Zhonghang clearly found it hard to accept Su Boya's solution. He stared fiercely at Fang Yan and said, "Why don't I let someone beat him up first before apologizing to him?" LV Zhonghang, Su Boya is doing this for your own good. The enchanting and sexy Mei Xinjian stood beside LV Zhonghang and said, "You don't even know who he is? And you want to beat him up? If you can even touch a finger of his tonight, I, Mei Xinjian, will write my name backwards. If you don't believe me, you can try." Hearing Mei Xinjian's threat, LV Zhonghang was slightly shocked. "You don't even know who he is? Isn't he Su Qi's teacher? Could it be that he has a hidden identity? If you can even touch a finger of his, I, Mei Xinjian, will write my name backwards." In Mei Xinjian's eyes, I'm no match for this young man. LV Zhonghang and Su Boya Mei Xinjian had been husband and wife for many years. Although Mei Xinjian's style of speaking was sharp and direct, she never lied. Even she could not help but give him such an obvious reminder. Did that mean that he was indeed no match for that young man? LV Zhonghang's expression was gloomy. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed deeply and said, "I didn't expect Karen to do such a thing. I, LV Zhonghang, did not teach my son well." LV Zhonghang walked in front of Baldi and said to Wang Chang, "Quickly send him to the hospital for treatment. I'll bear all the expenses. I'll send my secretary with you to make some arrangements. When he wakes up, I'll visit him at the hospital and discuss the matter of compensation with him." "What do you think of this?" Wang Chang looked at Fang Yan. He could not make the decision for such a big matter. Fang Yan nodded. He looked at LV Zhonghang and said, "Mr. LV, you're a role model for us. I'll agree on behalf of my friend." LV Zhonghang did not like Fang Yan, the culprit who injured his son. He had no interest in talking to him. After giving some instructions to the secretary beside him, the secretary, Wang Chang, and Li Jun carried Baldi outside to send him to the hospital for examination and treatment. After sending the patient away, LV Zhonghang turned and walked outside. Su Boya shouted, "Old LV, old LV." LV Zhonghang did not turn his head and said, "Old Su, I'll come drink with you another day." Su Boya sighed softly. He glanced at his daughter, Su Qi, and said, "Take good care of Mr. Fang." "Good job, Dad." Su Qi gave her father a thumbs up. In her heart, her father was the most just and great man in the world. "Silly girl." Su Boya shook his head with a bitter smile. He held his wife, Mei Xinjian's hand and prepared to return to the house. "Boring. It's really boring." A lazy voice came over. Everyone looked over and saw a handsome and flawless man walking toward the crowd under the moonlight. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 646. He had a beautiful appearance and a pure and innocent personality. He had a sweet smile and beautiful eyes. There was a word used to describe this kind of man, gorgeous man. This was the most handsome man Fang Yan had ever seen, except for himself. Even if he was a woman, he was definitely one in a million. This man was so beautiful that when he appeared bathed in the moonlight, both men and women were dazzled. The reaction of the young girls was even more direct. They could not help but scream out loud. It was as if they had welcomed their idol. "Oh my God, it's Mei Xue. It's really Mei Xue. He's really handsome. I like him so much. I haven't seen him in a long time. I didn't expect him to appear at Chi-Chi's birthday party. Chi-Chi is so lucky." The most low-profile and high-profile of the four prodigies of Huacheng, Mei Xue. There were too many rumors about this man, so many that even if he did not appear in public all year round, news about him could continuously reach the ears of the public. For example, Mei Xue went to learn how to paint. His painting, Spring Walk, was sold at Sotheby's London auction for tens of millions. Mei Xue went to study how insects lay eggs. His thesis was praised by the world's entomologist, Fabre. Mei Yingxue went to study perfume. The perfume he created attracted the attention of countless socialites. To put it simply, this was a rich, talented, and willful guy. Hearing these rumors, Fang Yan felt that Mei Yingxue was like the protagonist of a web novel. He was omnipotent and capable of everything. There was a small group of people in this world who were so talented that they could overturn the entire world if they were not careful. Mei Yingxue ignored the shouts of the girls and walked straight to Su Boya and Mei Xinjian. He looked at Su Boya with a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, I've troubled you again today." Su Boya looked at Mei Yingxue with a smile. It seemed that his brother-in-law liked this brother-in-law very much. He said, "Yingxue, why are you here? I didn't hear that you would come." He paused and asked, "What did you trouble me with this time?" Mei Yingxue did not answer his question. He looked at Mei Xinjian and said, "You can ask my sister. You are a learned man. Don't waste your time and pollute your ears with such filthy things." Mei Xinjian looked at his brother Mei Yingxue dotingly and said with a charming smile, "You love your brother-in-law. You don't want him to waste time and dirty his ears. Aren't you afraid that your sister will waste time and dirty her ears?" Mei Yingshue's smile gave people a sense of elegance. She said, "Sister, you're a heroine of the business world. You're much better at killing enemies than my brother-in-law." "You sure know how to talk," Mei Xinjian said with a smile. "I've invited him for you, but I don't know if he'll give face to a weirdo like you." Mei Yingxue nodded and walked to Su Qi. She took out a jade pendant and hung it around Su Qi's neck. "Don't you like this? I'm giving it to you. Treat it well." The jade pendant was dark green in color and carved into the shape of a koi. Under the moonlight, the green carp was like a living creature, as if it could spit out air bubbles one after another when it opened its mouth. Su Qi's face was full of surprise. She carefully stroked the emerald koi on her chest and said, "I asked you for it before, but you didn't want to give it to me. Why are you giving it to me now? How old were you when you asked me for it?" "You were 8 or 9 years old. I didn't dare to give it to you. I don't care about its value, but I care about the meaning of its existence. I like it, so I want it to exist in good condition. Today is your birthday. I'm giving it to you. I hope you can understand that some things are broken. They can't be put back together. So, I hope you can cherish every choice you make like you cherish this koi. Happy birthday." Su Qi hugged Mei Yingxue and said, "Thank you, uncle. I hope you'll look better." Mei Yingxue smiled. He didn't feel embarrassed because of the little girl's praise. He said calmly, "I'll try my best not to let you down." "Ah!" The girls screamed again. It was as if Mei Yingxue hugged them too. Mei Yingxue let go of Su Qi and said, "I want to talk to Mr. Fang." Su Qi nodded and smiled. "It took me a lot of effort to invite Mr. Fang to my birthday party. Don't make him angry." Mei Yingxue caressed the crown on Su Qi's head and said, "I won't. I'm just afraid that he'll make me angry." Mei Yingxue walked towards Fang Yan and extended his hand. He smiled and said, "Mr. Fang, I've heard so much about you. I hope you don't mind that I asked Su Qi to invite the guest on my behalf. After all, taking the initiative to look for him would only make him feel shameless. It would be best if he could have an artificial, chance encounter, here. Please forgive me for being a little selfish." Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Mei Yingxue, one of the 4 prodigies of Huacheng, to take the initiative to greet a teacher. Moreover, from Mei Yingshue's words, Fang Yan came because Mei Yingxue asked Su Qi to invite him. Among the 4 prodigies, Mei Yingxue was the most mysterious and the most arrogant. He didn't care about ordinary people. He didn't care about ordinary people either. Some people said that Mei Yingshue's eyes were straight because he only paid attention to what he wanted. Other people or things meant nothing to him. However, such a person with straight eyes actually took the initiative to walk towards Fang Yan. What did this mean? Who the hell is this guy? Why does young Master Mei give him so much face? That's right. I've never seen Mei Yingxue take the initiative to shake hands with someone. Luckily LV Zhonghang didn't use force. Otherwise, Fang Yan held Mei Yingshue's hand and said with a smile, Su Qi didn't tell me that young Master Mei is treating. Oh, is that so? Mei Yingxue looked at Su Qi in surprise and said with a smile, Qi is an independent person. It's hard to change her mind once she decides on something. She always thinks that socializing is a very boring thing. She also thinks that disputes in social occasions are even more boring. There's not much meaning in who bullied who and who was bullied by who. It's just something to chew on when some bored people drink tea and drink wine. Because the painting in my hand was lacking the final stroke, I came a little late. I saw the end of the farce just now. Mr. Fang must feel that it's very boring, right? It's quite boring. Fang Yan nodded. He heard that Mei Yingshue's catchphrase was boring. It was said that in his eyes, there wasn't much that was interesting in this world. But, I had to do it. What a good, had to do it. Mei Yingxue laughed heartily. It had to be said that this guy was really good looking when he laughed. Even a 100% straight man like Fang Yan wanted to look at him a few more times. The eyes of the women and young girls at the scene lit up. Some people even took out their phones to take pictures of him. This was really a world that valued appearance. Some people were born with the halo of a star. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, Wei Jia, a handsome man from the Western Jin dynasty, was surrounded by people everywhere because of his outstanding appearance. In the end, he died of illness due to the psychological pressure. At that time, people said that he was stared to death. Fang Yan only hoped that the killing of Wei Jia would not happen again. It's just like how I don't like to see you, but I have to do it, Mei Yingxue said. I'm curious. Su Qi didn't mention the identity of the person who invited her. Why would Mr. Fang give her face? Originally, I refused, Fang Yan said. But I thought, what if I get an unexpected reward? Then, you think this trip will be worthwhile? Whether it's worthwhile or not depends on young Master Mei's sincerity, Fang Yan said with a smile. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He wanted to smile prettier than Mei Yingxue. However, his efforts were in vain, no one was looking at him. Those people kept staring at Mei Yingxue, pointing at him and pressing the shutter button on their phones to take pictures. It was as if Fang Yan was invisible. Am I no longer an idol? A terrifying thought surfaced in Fang Yan's mind. Mei Yingxue looked around and said, how about we find a quiet place to have a drink? A guest will do as the host pleases, Fang Yan said. Hearing that Mei Yingxue wanted to talk to Fang Yan in private, Su Boya took the initiative to greet them. He said, let's go, everyone. Let's go inside and drink some tea. We still have to cut the cake later. Under Su Boya's lead, most of the people gathered in the backyard went back. Although the young women were unwilling, they were too embarrassed to stay there and be light bulbs, so they reluctantly followed them into the house. Su Qi looked at Fang Yan worriedly and said, Mr. Fang, I'll come find you later. Fang Yan nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, it'll be fine. Mei Yingxue looked at Su Qi with a smile and said, don't worry. I can't beat him. Uncle, you're so annoying, Su Qi said coquettishly and ran inside with a red face. Mei Yingxue looked at Su Qi's receding figure and said, don't you feel that these little girls' relationships are meaningless? How do you know? I've experienced too much, Mei Yingxue said calmly. Chapter 647. I've been through too much, Mei Yingxue said. His expression was calm, his voice was calm, and he didn't sound like he was showing off. He was just stating a fact that made people want to beat him up. Of course, Fang Yan wouldn't do that. Because what Mei Yingxue said was exactly what he was thinking. Fang Yan had been through too much. Ever since he experienced Qinitian, Jiang Qin, and Yuan Lin's ferocious, direct, or shy pursuit, Fang Yan had become accustomed to these young girls' love. No matter how hot they were, how could they be hotter than Qinitian? No matter how pure and sour they were, how could they be hotter than Yuan Lin? When Su Qi appeared, Fang Yan first looked on coldly from the sidelines, but then he repeatedly rejected and refused. Being liked by a young girl, wasn't that the charm of a charismatic uncle? It was as natural as an adult needing to eat and a baby needing to drink milk. Mei Yingxue made an inviting gesture, and Fang Yan followed him to the grape trellis in the backyard. There was a stone table under the grape trellis, and there were several stone chairs around the table. Mei Yingxue took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the surface of one of the stone chairs. When he was about to sit on it, Fang Yan snatched it from him and said with a smile, "Thank you. Young Master Mei is a very particular person. No wonder there's the word shui in his name. He loves to be clean." Mei Yingxue smiled and didn't care. He walked to the opposite side and wiped another stone chair. After wiping it clean, he lifted the back of his suit and slowly sat down. This way, he wouldn't have his butt press against the suit and wrinkle it. Mei Yingxue waved his hand, and the waiter in black who was standing at the door ran over. "Send a dozen beers over," Mei Yingxue ordered. "Yes, sir," the waiter replied and turned to leave. Mei Yingxue looked at Fang Yan and said, "Today, I want to drink a few bottles with Mr. Fang." Fang Yan looked at Mei Yingxue and said with a smile, "I thought a gentleman like you would like to drink red wine or liquor." "I like the malt aroma of beer," Mei Yingxue said with a smile. "One of my favorite things is to sit under an overpass and drink beer, holding a dozen bottles of beer and sitting by the side of the road, admiring the expressions of every passerby. They were happy, or sad, or tired, or trying to smile. I was glad of their little joys, and sad of their little sorrows. When they were tired, I would feel tired. When they were happy, I would also smile. Every time I see someone, it's like I've lived with them for a second time." Seeing that Fang Yan was staring at him, Mei Yingxue once again showed his signature charming smile and said, "Under the bridge, drinking beer is the most appropriate. White wine is too tragic, like a poor beggar or a loser. The red wine was too exquisite and out of place with its surroundings. I like to be part of life." "You are a philosopher," Fang Yan said. "No, I am a person who enjoys life," Mei Yingxue corrected. "Some people want to live, some want to live, and some want to live. But I am enjoying life. What is the most precious thing to a person? Naturally, it is their unique life. Some people use it to start a business, some use it to kill and burn, some use it to achieve great fame. I use it to enjoy everything that happens to me. When I see you, I also feel happy. Because there's a new person in my life, there's a new set of memories." Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "I was wrong. You are not a philosopher, you are a literary youth. Success or failure is up to others to judge," Mei Yingxue said with an indifferent expression. "There are always people who call me a monster." "I think so too," Fang Yan said. "There are also people who call me a bitch, but I have never explained anything to them." "That's not objective," Mei Yingxue said. "That's slander." The waiter brought the beer. Fang Yan and Mei Yingxue each grabbed a bottle and opened it. Mei Yingxue raised her glass and said, "A toast to the bitch." "A toast to the monster," Fang Yan said. The two beer bottles collided with each other, producing a clear and melodious sound. Mei Yingxue tilted her head back to drink. Fang Yan also tilted his head back to drink. Mei Yingxue drank elegantly, while Fang Yan drank unrestrainedly. The two of them finished a can of beer in one go, then looked at each other and laughed. Mei Yingxue looked at Fang Yan and said, "There are too many idiots in this world. Don't you think it's boring?" "Idiots don't think they're idiots," Fang Yan said. "We don't think we're idiots either. Are we also idiots?" "I don't know if we're idiots or not, but I will never agree to anyone who wants to take advantage of me. That's why I said you're not an idiot." Mei Yingxue sighed softly and said, "The Mei family did something stupid." At that time, the Mei family wouldn't think of themselves as idiots, Fang Yan said. Who wouldn't want to take a bite of such a big piece of meat? If there's someone behind it, I don't think anyone would be able to resist the temptation. Mei Yingxue looked at Fang Yan and said, Chen Shui'er is a member of the Mei family. Countless people are envious of other people's glory of starting from scratch, but they don't know that every single person who starts from scratch has the support of capital. Chen Shui'er was originally an insignificant labor contractor in Mingzhu City, but my father took a liking to him and invested in him. That's how he got his current position as a real estate tyrant. Fang Yan nodded and said, Chen Shui'er jumped out to help Jiang Zhulu overturn the case and wanted to buy a portion of Jiang Zhulio's shares in Longtu Group. If he didn't have someone powerful backing him, it wouldn't be realistic. The biggest characteristic of people who have been struggling at the bottom for many years is that they know their limits, they know how much they are worth, and they know whether their strength can support their ambitions. Fang Yan opened another can of beer for himself and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, Huaqing isn't small, but after knowing who Fang Yan is, there aren't many who have the guts to stand up against me. Old Master Lan transferred his shares to Lan Shan Valley. It's considered another form of compromise. The Lu family won't do it, and Lu Shu is also a beneficiary of the Jiang family's rise in power. The Ren family has some power, but they aren't arrogant enough to jump out and wrestle with the Lan and Lu families that are tied to them. After thinking about it, the Mei family can't run away, the Mei family doesn't show themselves, and the Mei family is also unusually low-key, almost never appearing in public. But, how can there be a wolf that doesn't eat meat? I only found out about this later, Mei Yingxue said. I told Old Master Lan that this matter was too meaningless. Old Master Lan now agrees with my point of view. Fang Yan smiled and said, when you gave Su Qi the gift, you said something, some things are broken, they can't be put back together again. Mei Yingxue smiled bitterly and said, although it's the first time we met, your name is like thunder in my ears. Everyone who has interacted with you said that you're not a person who is easy to deal with. Now that you've interacted with me, you know that they're not telling the truth, right? What can I do to make you stop? Mei Yingxue asked in a low voice. Fang Yan stared at him with a burning gaze and said, make me satisfied. Or rather, make me satisfied. We'll withdraw from the competition with Longtu Group, Fang Yan sneered and said, if you're not afraid of getting hurt, then you can continue to persist. But, it's best if the Mei family takes action personally. These small fries won't even be enough for Lan Shan Valley to warm up before it's over. And we won't meddle with the Jiang family's affairs anymore. Mei Yingxue said. I've roughly understood the reason why the Jiang family is stepping down. It's because of Qiang Longtan's disappearance. I don't believe that Jiang Zhulu killed his own father. I think, there must be some hidden reasons. The Mei family has a good relationship with the government and the media. If we want to create some trouble for you, it should be enough to give you a headache, right? Fang Yan nodded and said, yes. We do have a headache. Plus, the Mei family's friendship. Mei Yingshua's charming eyes stared at Fang Yan without blinking and said, is it enough for you to let the Chen father and son go? Fang Yan looked at Mei Yingxue and asked, do you have any friends? What? Mei Yingxue was stunned. I mean, do you have any good friends who can go through thick and thin with you? Fang Yan asked again. Mei Yingxue thought for a moment and said, no. I do, Fang Yan said. And, I have quite a few. Aren't I luckier than others? Luckier than others, Mei Yingxue said enviously. Countless times luckier. I believe in friendship, Fang Yan said. But I don't believe in friendship that has been promised, because friendship cannot be promised. So, you're going to refuse? Mei Yingxue asked with a smile. She played with the beer can in her hand. No, if I refused, after I guessed that it was your treat, I wouldn't have come, Fang Yan said. Mei Yingshue's body leaned back, and after thinking for a while, she sighed softly and said, to be honest, I really don't want you to name your price, because I know that you will definitely cut a vital part. But I also know that I have no choice but to let you name your price, for Grandpa to send me out to do this kind of thing is really boring. So, are you ready? Fang Yan asked. Tell me your price, Mei Xue said. I hope it's within the range that we can accept. Otherwise, the Mei family won't hesitate to go to war with you. This is what my grandpa said, I'm just passing on his words. Fang Yan nodded and said, Grandpa Mei has always been a respected elder. Since he said this, I have to give him face. My price isn't too high. How about half of Tiandu Real Estate's shares? Chapter 648. That's impossible. Mei Xue almost jumped up when she heard Fang Yan's unreasonable demands. Half of Tiandu Group's shares. How could he make such a harsh demand? He even said that Elder Mei was a respected elder and he had to give face to him. If he didn't give face to the elder, was he going to take the entire Tiandu real estate? If that was the case, the Mei family could only fight them to the end. The Mei family had been around for hundreds of years and was the oldest of the 4 big families in Huacheng. They had never been humiliated and extorted like this. Yes, Mei Xue knew very well that Fang Yan was extorting the Mei family now. Fang Yan laughed and looked at Mei Xue. Don't get too worked up. This is a business meeting. If you don't think the conditions are right, you can tell me why. Too high. Mei Xue said. The Mei family owns a part of the Tiandu real estate. But if we take half of it according to your demands, whose Tiandu real estate will belong to? Why does the Mei family want to protect Qin Shuer? They want to protect Tiandu real estate. If the Mei family loses Tiandu real estate to protect Qin Shuer, then what's the point of Qin Shuer's existence? Is it just because he's an obedient idiot? So, Mr. Fang, don't you think you're putting the cart before the horse? Actually, I don't think it's high. Think about it, I have a bunch of brothers over there. They need to eat and drink with me, and Lan Guyu is a big guy and has a big appetite. If we don't ask for more, how can we make him full? Fang Yan looked like he was a big brother who was thinking about his brothers. He lowered his head and thought seriously. If you think it's too much, then we'll ask for 1/3 of the Tiandu shares. This time, it can't be any less. Mei Xue wanted to refuse again, but when she saw Fang Yan's serious expression, she swallowed her words. He drank a mouthful of beer and said, the Mei family did something stupid. We shouldn't snatch food from the tiger's mouth, but we shouldn't pay such a big price for it, right? Of course, Fang Yan said. Of the 1/3 of Tiandu's shares, only a small part is to make up for our physical and mental losses. Most of it is to win our friendship. Mei Xue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You have just told me that you believe in friendship, but not in committed friendship because friendship cannot be committed. Now you're using this illusory thing as an excuse to take away 1/3 of our Mei family's Tiandu shares. Do you think this is appropriate? If we agree, won't our Mei family become a laughing stock in the eyes of the people of Flower City? Do you have any true friends? Fang Yan asked. No. Mei Xue narrowed her eyes and looked at Fang Yan. You just asked me this question. I know I did. I just want to confirm your answer, Fang Yan said. But I do. I have several good friends who have gone through thick and thin with each other. You can't trust your friendship. Why don't you trust mine? I want 1/3 of Tiandu real estate's shares. Fang Yan said. That's my bottom line. That's impossible. Mei Xue shook her head and refused. The Mei family can't accept it, and I don't want to accept it either. What if I give you another 5% of Longtu Group's shares? Fang Yan said with a smile as he played with the beer can in his hand. Mei Xue widened her eyes and looked at Fang Yan in shock. Then, her expression became more and more relaxed. With a bitter smile, she looked at Fang Yan and said, I really don't understand why the Mei family would want to be enemies with a guy like you. Maybe they think I'm easy to bully because of my gentle appearance. Fang Yan said. Every morning when I look in the mirror, I think I'm easy to bully. You didn't want 1/3 of Tiandu real estate's shares. you wanted to tie the Mei family tightly to your ship. Mei Xue sighed softly and said, even if the Mei family agreed to your terms under pressure, it also pushed the Mei family to the opposite side. As long as there's a chance in the future, the Mei family won't let your life be too easy. Of course, with the three families working together, the Mei family's life in Huaqing will be more difficult than in the future. However, if you take the initiative to split 5% of Longtu Group's shares, not only will the Mei family not hate you because you want 1/3 of Tiandu Real Estate's shares, but they will also be grateful to you. Everyone knows that a complete Longtu Group, a Longtu Group that is completely under your control, will bring a lot of influence to the Mei family. The future growth of the real estate shares is far less than the energy shares. There's another good news I can tell you, Fang Yan said. I've discussed it with Chaoge. Some of the Longtu Group's businesses and Chaoyan Technology's businesses overlap or even conflict with each other. Of course, because of some historical factors, both parties were in a competitive relationship at that time, so it's understandable that there are conflicts and contradictions. When I get a complete Longtu Group, I might consider merging Longtu Group into Chaoyan Technology and let it become a subsidiary of Chaoyan Technology that specializes in energy research, while Chaoyan Technology will expand into the field of high-tech products. Mei Xue's eyes lit up. She said, at that time, Longtu Group will rise to the sky in a single bound. With the help of Longtu Group, Chaoyan Technology will also become the most powerful high-tech company and energy company in Huaxia. No. Its journey will be the whole world, the sea of stars. Now, are you interested? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Mei Xue raised the beer can in his hand and said, Mr. Fang, I didn't expect this result, this is much better than I expected. The rumors are true, you're not a person to get along with. However, you're also one of the smartest people in the world. Dealing with smart people has made me a little interested in things like business. In the past, I felt that this kind of scheming for small profits was really boring. Fang Yan raised his beer can and clinked it with him. He said with a smile, maybe it's because you're quite handsome. I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling in my heart that I don't want to hurt you no matter what. Mei Xue was surprised and asked in a low voice, you're not, I'm not. Mei Xue was obviously relieved and said, I'm not either. Fang Yan threw away the empty can in his hand and said with a smile, the negotiation time is over. I think you need to make a report to Old Man Mei, I'll take my leave first. Tell Old Man Mei that I've always admired him. Shanghai Cobra, one-hit kill, I've heard his story many times. I'll definitely pass on your greetings. Mei Xue said with a smile. Fang Yan patted his butt, turned around and walked back into the house. He was a guest invited by Su Qi, so he had to say goodbye to the birthday girl before he left. When Fang Yan entered the house again, everyone's eyes were on him. Now, no one could look down on him or ignore him. As long as they knew Fang Yan and Fang Yan's deeds, they would maintain a sense of respect and fear for him. Mr. Fang, hello. Mr. Fang, my daughter is in the second year of Rosefinch Secondary, her name is Li Lele. Mr. Fang, if you have time, come to our Triumph Club. Everyone he met would take the initiative to greet Fang Yan, and Fang Yan would smile and nod in greeting. He tried his best not to neglect anyone. The current Fang Yan was no longer the Fang Yan of the past, the current Fang Yan, whether he was willing or not, whether he accepted it or not, he was already in existence that attracted everyone's attention. His every word and action, every move, would attract the gazes and thoughts of countless people. He could make people jump, and he could also make people die with a single word. He knew his own strength, so he was more cautious than before. Spider-Man couldn't do bungee jumping willfully, Superman couldn't casually swing his fist, and the Flash couldn't easily have sex with his girlfriend. Mei Xue followed behind Fang Yan. Although his image was more outstanding, his body was taller, and his smile was more charming, but at this moment, everyone still felt that Fang Yan's existence was more dazzling. Except for those love-struck women. They stared at Mei Xue's pretty face and swallowed their saliva, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on him and lick him a few times. Fang Yan was really worried for Mei Xue, thinking, no wonder he usually didn't dare to go out. If he looked like him, it was even possible that he would be kidnapped and molested by a few female perverts. Su Qi and her parents were standing together, and the three of them were whispering something. Seeing Fang Yan and Mei Yingxue walking over, Su Boya's gaze had a strong sense of scrutiny. Mei Xinzhan's smile was seductive, as if he knew everything like the back of his hand. Fang Yan looked at Su Qi and said with a smile, "Su Qi, happy birthday. I'm very happy to be able to attend your birthday party, but I have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave first. Mr. Fang, it's time to cut the cake. Why don't you finish the cake before you leave?" Su Qi urged him to stay. Fang Yan smiled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but to be able to see you happy is more important than eating the cake. See you at school." "All right. I'll see you off," Su Qi said sadly. Fang Yan looked at Su Boya and said, "Mr. Su, thank you for your warm hospitality." "Mr. Fang," Su Boya hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't know if it's right to address you like this, but I really admire the profession of teaching, and I also hope that you can become a good teacher." "I'll try my best to do that," Fang Yan said with a smile. Mei Xinzhan took the initiative to extend her soft and smooth little hand to Fang Yan. Her fingernails were painted with black nail polish, and she looked strangely sexy. "Mr. Fang, nice to meet you. We'll meet again, right?" Chapter 649. We'll see each other again, won't we? Mei Xinzhan's words had a hint of friendliness in them, but Fang Yan didn't find it strange at all. Although it was their first contact and the two of them didn't communicate verbally, Fang Yan could already tell from her gestures that she was an extremely intelligent and opinionated woman. Su Boya was upright and unyielding. He looked more like an academic researcher, like Fang Yan's grandfather, Lu Gong. Fang Yan liked this kind of person, but he didn't think that they could become qualified businessmen. It was also because of such an enchanting and wise woman that Su Boya's career was able to flourish so much. Fang Yan reached out and shook Mei Xinzhan's soft and smooth hand. He smiled and said, "Yes, we will definitely meet again." Fang Yan waved goodbye to everyone. Su Qi glanced at her mother and said, "Mom, I'm going to send Mr. Fang off." After saying that, she didn't wait for Mei Xinzhan's agreement and ran out with Fang Yan. "Sai, you haven't cut the cake," Su Boya shouted from behind. Mei Xinzhan hugged her husband's arm and comforted him, "It's okay, there's no rush. We can wait for her to come back, this child," Su Boya said dotingly and helplessly. Mei Xinzhan looked at the smiling Mei Yingxue and asked, "It's settled?" "It's settled." Mei Yingxue reached out for a glass of golden wine and carefully tasted it. "Everyone says that he's a difficult person to get along with, but now it seems," Mei Xinzhan carefully observed her brother's facial expression and said, "You two fell in love at first sight?" The corners of Mei Yingxue's mouth curled up slightly. When she smiled, there was a charming arc. She said, "That's the right word. We fell in love at first sight. He needed my position, and I needed his friendship. We hit it off and had a pleasant conversation." Mei Xinzhan's expression became solemn as he said, "Originally, father wanted me to negotiate with him, but grandfather handed this matter to you. He thought that you and he would have a common language. You have never interacted with him before, so how would grandfather know that you two would have a common language? Although I felt it was strange, since it was my grandfather's suggestion, I naturally had to respect his decision." The Mei family could take a step back, but they also had to maintain their dignity and interests. "So, we have to discuss this matter properly and pay the smallest price to obtain his forgiveness," Mei Yingxue nodded. She looked at her shrewd sister and said, "What price do you think I have to pay to get his forgiveness?" Mei Xinzhan reached out and pinched her brother's snow-white cheeks. She said, "My dear brother, don't test me with such an idiotic question. The fact that he came to Chi-Chi's birthday party shows that he is willing to reconcile with the Mei family. As long as the Mei family is willing to give up on their plans for the Longtu group and is willing to compensate them for other things, I think he will not be willing to fight with a low-profile, mysterious, and extremely powerful family like the Mei family." They have just swallowed up the Jiang family, and are now at the heart of the struggle. Countless people are watching and guarding against them. If they dare to start a war with the Mei family again, what will the others think? What will the neutral people think? They are the biggest shark in the sea, so they will eat all of their own. If that is the case, he will force those who are frightened and have no way to protect their property to our side. Fang Yan is a smart person. I think he will not put himself in such a difficult situation. He wants half of Tiandu Real Estate's shares. Mei Yingxue said. How is that possible? Mei Xinjian was shocked. Is he out of his mind? After a pause, Mei Xinjian squinted her eyes and smiled. She said, he doesn't need the shares of Tiandu Real Estate, because Chaoyan Technology, which owns Rubik's Cube, has too many projects to invest in. Moreover, when Lu Chaoge was interviewed by the media, she clearly said that she will not consider entering the real estate field for the time being. Now Fang Yan is taking the initiative to ask us for the shares of Tiandu Real Estate. The economic gains and losses are negligible, but the symbolic meaning is greater. They want to rope in the Mei family and let the Mei family stand on the same side as them. Mei Yingxue looked at her sister Mei Xinjian with admiration and said with a smile, no wonder father often said that you can raise the flag of the Mei family by yourself. As you guessed, Fang Yan did come with goodwill. He asked for 1/3 of the shares of Tiandu Real Estate, but he is willing to exchange 5% of the shares of the restructured Longtu Group. We all know that the real estate field will decline, but the future of the energy industry is bright. Rather than saying that he is here to denounce us, it is better to say that he is here to give us a ticket to play in the energy industry. So, are you ready to agree? Mei Xinjian looked at her brother who was too good-looking to be a child and asked. Can I refuse? Mei Yingxue said with a bitter smile, even Grandpa can't bear to refuse, right? Yes. Mei Xinjian nodded. Such a good thing is like a pie falling from the sky. What do you think of Fang Yan? He is not a good person, Mei Yingxue said. But he is a character. It seems that you have a high opinion of him. There is no other way, Mei Yingxue said. Who asked us to be partners with him in the future? Mei Xinjian sighed softly and said, back then, the 4 major clans of Huaqing were very famous. Yu, Jiang Zhulu, Lan Shanggu, and Lu Shu were known as the 4 prodigies of Huaqing. At that time, there was no sign of this Fang Yan. In just a few years, he has become the master of Huaqing. No one in the younger generation can go against him. Even Lu Shu and Lan Shanggu follow his lead. The Lu clan is on the same side as us old clans, and we share benefits. The old man of the Lan clan made a wrong move. Fortunately, Lan Shanggu had foresight and helped the Lan clan in times of crisis. Now, even the Mei clan has been pulled onto their ship by him. In the future, who in Huaqing would dare to go against him? If we can't go against him, then we should avoid him. Mei Yingxue smiled and said, after this is over, I will go back to study my aunt's moving house. Everything has nothing to do with me. Yingxue, Grandpa has high hopes for you. When will you be interested in studying the ways of making money for the clan? Mei Yingxue seriously thought about it and said, wait until the day I am interested. Don't force Yingxue. Su Boya persuaded from the side. Being able to do what you like is the happiest thing in your life. Fang Yan walked in front. Su Qi held up her dress and followed behind. Fang Yan's steps were bigger, so Su Qi could only take small steps. Cluck, cluck, cluck. In this quiet and cold villa district, the sound of high heels hitting the limestone floor was crisp and pleasant. Hearing Su Qi's hurried footsteps, Fang Yan stopped and turned around. He said, Su Qi, no need to send me off. Go back. Mr. Fang, I am really sorry about today. Su Qi said with a face full of self-blame, I invited you to my birthday party, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, Su Qi, what does this have to do with you? But Lu Kailuan. Fang Yan smiled. He said, in my eyes, he is just an immature brat. Some young people are jealous of the girl they like and even fight with others. Many people did this when they were young. I have done it too. So, let bygones be bygones. I won't take it to heart. Mr. Fong. Su Qi wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "Go back. Today is your birthday. You must be happy." "I will." Su Qi nodded seriously. Fang Yan opened the car door and got in. He started the car and left the villa district. Su Qi stood in the same place for a long time. She sighed deeply in her heart. This man was too far away from her. When Fang Yan arrived at Zhujiang Hospital near the villa, Lu Zhonghang, his wife, and a group of relatives were waiting at the door of the ward. Seeing Fang Yan walking towards the corridor, Lu Zhonghang's expression was a little awkward, but more than that, he was afraid. After he left, someone had already sent him a message to tell him what happened. Most importantly, he had already found out who Fang Yan was through his own channels. Even the Jiang family, one of the four prodigies of Huacheng, was a monster that a small family like him could offend. Fang Yan walked closer step by step. It was already too late to turn around. If he pretended not to see, it would show that he didn't understand etiquette and might offend Fang Yan even more. Lu Zhonghang hesitated. When Fang Yan was about to pass in front of them, he quickly walked over and bowed 90 degrees to Fang Yan. He said respectfully, "Mr. Fang, you are the most serious and responsible teacher I have ever seen. Not only do you guide and regulate students' inappropriate behavior in school, but you also fulfill the responsibility of an outstanding teacher outside of school. You manage and teach bad students. I think, if all the teachers in the world were as responsible as you are, what do we parents have to worry about?" Fang Yan glanced at Lu Zhonghang and said, "I'm not a teacher now. I'm a school security guard." Even the school security guard is so outstanding. Rosefinch Secondary is indeed the most powerful school in Huacheng. When Karen recovers, I will transfer him to Rosefinch. When that time comes, Mr. Fang, help me educate him well. Let him become a humble, polite, and useful young man in society. Chapter 650. When Fang Yan walked to the door of the ward, he saw that Baldy had already woken up. He leaned on the pillow at the head of the bed and told Wang Chang and Li Jun about his mental state when he was beaten. "It's not that I'm boasting to you, but with my physique and strength, wouldn't subduing that brat be a piece of cake?" Baldy gestured non-stop with his hands, looking like a peerless expert. "You two must have questions to ask. Since I'm so powerful, why didn't I fight back when I was attacked? Even if I didn't fight back, I could have easily dodged his attack, right? To tell you the truth, I deliberately wanted to test the power of the bottle with my head." "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Chang said bluntly. Slap. Baldy slapped Wang Chang's head and angrily scolded, "Brat, you're the one who's out of your mind. What do you know?" Baldy pointed to his head wrapped in gauze and said, "Do you know why I'm called Baldy?" Li Jun grinned and said, "Who doesn't know that? Because you don't have hair on your head. Or is it because you shaved your legs, that's why you're called Baldy?" "Correct." Baldy wanted to slap Li Jun, but Li Jun cleverly dodged. Baldy was very dissatisfied with Li Jun's reaction and said, "Do you know why I don't have hair? It's because I met a strange person when I was a child. He felt that my bones were clear and my aptitude was outstanding, so he secretly taught me a magical kung fu, Iron Head. It was because I was too engrossed in cultivation that I lost my hair. Did you eat lotus seeds when you were a child?" Other children used their mouths to peel lotus seeds, but I used my head to hit it. My God, all the lotus seeds split in half, isn't it more convenient to bite with your mouth? Isn't it strange to hit with your head? Wang Chang put forward his opinion. Baldy thought about it and was a little exasperated. He said, "Didn't I say it before? I did it to practice. You're so powerful, how did you get knocked down by a bottle of wine?" Wang Chang asked another question in his heart. How could I have been knocked down by a wine bottle? Didn't I drink too much? When the bottle hit me, I was dizzy from the alcohol, Baldy explained seriously. Didn't you see that I broke the bottle? I only saw the wine bottle break your head open, Wang Chang said. Baldy grabbed the pillow behind him and threw it at him. He scolded angrily, Bastard, how can you talk to your leader like this? Fang Yan was amused. He knocked on the door with his finger to remind them that he was here. He walked towards Baldy and said with a smile, Baldy, how do you feel? Are you all right? Nothing. What can happen to me? Baldy saw Fang Yan come in and said happily, Why are you here? Oh, I remember. You also went to Suki's birthday party. She told you that I was here, right? She waited for you the whole night, and I couldn't bear to see her like that. Luckily, you came. You know how to sympathize with others. Looks like you're completely sober. You said that you practiced the iron head skill. Then I'll find a few more bottles and smash them on your head, let everyone see what level your iron head skill is at. No, no, Baldy quickly refused and said, I can only use it once a day. If I use it more than that, it won't work. He was still able to joke around with everyone. It seemed like the Baldy's injury was not a big deal. Fang Yan also felt relieved. Wang Chang stood in front of Fang Yan and said, Mr. Fang, the doctor did a comprehensive examination on Baldy. They said that Baldy's injury is not serious. It's just some superficial wounds, and he will be fine after a few days of rest. There's no concussion or other abnormalities. Mr. Liu was here before, and he personally apologized to Baldy and said that all of Baldy's medical expenses would be covered by him. Oh, he also signed a check for Baldy on the spot, $100,000. That's a huge sum of money. Fang Yan nodded to show that he understood. From LV Zhonghang's attitude when he saw him just now, Fang Yan already knew who he was. It was only right for him to do something to make up for their relationship before he came. If he didn't do anything after knowing that he was Fang Yan, then this guy's IQ was really worrying. Fang Yan was not a generous man. Baldy took out the check from his pocket and said proudly, Look, $100,000. It's more than my annual salary. Tell me, is it worth it for me to take a bottle of beer? Fang Yan laughed and said, No matter how much money they give you, try not to do this kind of thing in the future. I know, Baldy said. He handed the check to Fang Yan and said, Give this money back to him. Why? Fang Yan looked at Baldy in confusion. I can't take this money, Baldy said. Baldy, may not be rich, but I have a backbone. I took $100,000 from him after getting beaten up. What kind of person do you think I, Baldy, am? A clown? Fang Yan didn't reach out to take the check from Baldy. He looked at Baldy with deep eyes and said, Even if you don't want this money, you don't have to give it back to him. Take this money and buy a batch of books to fill up the school's library. What do you think? Baldy nodded happily and said, That's good. That's good. I used to see students donating books to the school. I never thought that I, Baldy, would have such a proud day. Can I write my name on every book? Of course you can. That's your right, Fang Yan said. I'm going to be famous. Baldy imagined how moved the students would be when they opened the book and saw his name on the title page. The smile on his face became brighter. Mr. Fang, you really are my good brother. Fang Yan smiled and said, You're also my good brother. Baldy's face turned red. He stared at Fang Yan and said, I'm just saying. I know you're not the same kind of person as us. I never thought I could be your good brother. Fang Yan patted Baldy's shoulder and said, If you say so, then so be it. Fang Yan knew why Baldy was hit with the bottle. If he wanted to, he could have been treated differently. Fang Yan was grateful to Baldy and liked Baldy. He never made friends based on their status or wealth. He only looked at their appearance. As long as they weren't as good-looking as him, they could be his friend. Hoo hoo hoo, Baldy happily jumped into Fang Yan's arms. He hugged Fang Yan's waist tightly and said in a choked voice, "Can you ask Headmaster Lu to change my position? I want to be the dean, impossible." Fang Yan shook off his hands in disgust. Yanjing International Airport. Huaqing was still wearing a windbreaker, but Yanjing was already required to wear a sweater and a scarf. Winter always came earlier in Yanjing than in the south. Looking out through the window, the sky was gloomy, just like the usual gray color. 3 years ago, when they returned to Yanjing, both sides were waiting at the door of the cabin. Later, there was a storm. The Maple Leaf Club forced Fang Yixing to abdicate, and Fang Yixing died in battle. What would happen this time? Fang Yan just wanted to ask for an explanation for himself quietly. When Fang Yan came out of the VIP passage, a tall man in black strode forward and hugged Fang Yan in his arms. Fang Yan stood there and didn't move, letting him hug him tightly, but he said with annoyance, "When did you learn the etiquette of foreigners? Look, other than those young lovers who haven't seen each other for a long time, who else would hug someone like you? Those who don't know might think we're gay." What's that saying again? When you don't need me, I'm your friend. When you need me, I can be your woman. If you like it, I'll wash the back door tonight. Li Xiaotian smiled obscenely. Forget it. I'm not interested in that at all. You should give it to someone else, Fang Yan said. Where are the others? They're waiting for you. They're waiting to welcome you tonight. Li Xiaotian took Fang Yan's suitcase and said, "To try out my new car. Looks like Boss Li's business is doing well." Fang Yan said with a smile. "Hey, it's all thanks to you," Li Xiaotian said mysteriously. "Thanks to me? I helped you again. Have you forgotten? Where did you meet Luqi the other day?" "I know, Maple Leaf Club dash." Fang Yan smiled and said, "Luo Mingan is helping you? Otherwise, we brothers would have had a hard time," Li Xiaotian said with lingering fear. "Do you know what it means when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be affected?" That night, we challenged Jiang Junling. Although we won in the end and embarrassed Jiang Junling, my brother was in big trouble. Most of the connections he made in Yanjing were gone, and all his previous business partners cut off contact with him. When he was about to end his business and go back to Swallow Dock, Maple Leaf Clubhouse came out and introduced a few businesses to us. Seeing that Maple Leaf Clubhouse was doing business with us, those friends and business partners who had cut off contact with my brother took the initiative to come back. This King world. This is a necessary stage in life. It's just picking a side. It's not easy for anyone to live. Fang Yan sighed and said, "Tell them that I won't be staying in Yanjing tonight, get someone to send me back to Swallow Dock." "That won't do," Li Xiaotian was not willing. "I've already arranged the banquet tonight, and I've called everyone. If I let you go, won't they tear me apart? Wait until I'm done with my family matters, then I'll go to Yanjing and have a drink with you guys," Fang Yan said with a smile. "No, that's in the future. Tonight is tonight." Fang Yan stopped and looked at Li Xiaotian. "You don't think I'll come back this time?" The smile on Li Xiaotian's face froze. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "What if we fall out? Sir is no longer sir." Chapter 651. Mr. Fang was no longer Mr. Fang. Then, what kind of person did he become? Of course, Mr. Fang was still Mr. Fang. He was not a shapeshifter who could change into another person by touching someone's skin. But, was Mr. Fang still the same Mr. Fang? What was Mr. Fang like? He was low-key, self-restrained, impartial, strict with his family, and protective of others. He loved every young man in Swallow Dock as his own child. Every spring festival, the children of Swallow Dock would visit Mr. Fang from door to door, and Mr. Fang would tell them their strengths and weaknesses, as well as some encouraging words. He was a benevolent elder, but also a harsh parent. He was the teacher of Swallow Dock. However, Mr. Fang's disciple, Bai Xiu, appeared in the camp to kill Fang Yan. Was Bai Xiu's position the same as Mr. Fang's? Was Bai Xiu's choice the same as Mr. Fang's? What Bai Xiu did, was it also what teacher wanted to do? Was Bai Xiu just a chess piece of Mr. Fang, a substitute that Mr. Fang placed outside? Li Xiaotian's worries were not unnecessary, and so were the other brothers. If Fang Yan went back and fell out with Mr. Fang, and if Mr. Fang was no longer the Mr. Fang in their hearts, then what should Fang Yan do? What should the Fang family do? With Master's prestige in Swallow's dock, there was no one who could contend against him. Mr. Fang only needed to say one word, and he didn't even need to do anything himself. Those who trusted him, those who protected him, and those who were related to the interests of Swallow Dock would rush to trample Fang Yan and the Fang family behind Fang Yan into mud. Fang Yixing died in battle, the old drunkard disappeared, and the Fang family was only supported by Fang Yan alone. Even his two uncles might not have the courage to stand up when the Fang family was in trouble. Even if they did, the families behind them would never stand up for them. What about the Yi family? Yi Rou was his little girlfriend, and the three tigers of the Yi family were like the sun at noon. Would they be willing to stand up for him? In that case, how much power could Fang Yan rely on? Li Xiaotian looked at Fang Yan with a face full of concern and said, "It's not that I don't want you to go back, I just think, this matter needs to be carefully considered. We have to consider all the aspects of the matter thoroughly. What is the best and worst outcome? Can we accept it?" Fang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian and said with a smile, "It's me who can accept it, not you." Li Xiaotian's expression changed greatly. "Fang Huohua, don't blame me for falling out with you if you keep talking like that. It's fine if you're always joking around with us. We know that you're naturally cheap, so no one will stoop to your level. You're still joking about this? What do you mean by, can I accept that it's not you? What does that mean? Do you dare to say this in front of them? Let's see if the big guy will swing his arm and whip you." What's wrong? Now that he had become the boss of a small place like Flower City, he wanted to cut ties with his brothers. "Don't worry, we have food and drinks in Yanjing. We won't go to Flower City to suck up to you." Fang Yan knew that Li Xiaotian and the others had good intentions, and it was precisely because of this that he needed to push them to a safe area. Fang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian and said, "How long have we known each other?" Li Xiaotian thought for a while and said with a straight face, "I don't know. We've known each other since we were kids, yeah. When I met you, you were still naked. You make it sound like you've never worn diapers." Li Xiaotian blushed and said embarrassedly, "I've never worn diapers. You know, the old drunkard is a respectable person. He thinks it's very undignified for a man to always dangle his penis outside. Does it count if you bathe in the river naked? Does it count if you go up to the tree to dig for bird eggs and get your pants torn by the thorns? Have you ever been naked? Have you never walked your bird?" Fang Yan smiled and said, "Look, I've seen your bird, and you've seen my naked butt. We're really honest with each other now. I understand what you guys are thinking, and I appreciate your kindness. However, this is my problem, and also my family's problem. Only I can bear the responsibility." Li Xiaotian looked at Fang Yan with a serious expression and said, "If something happened to me, if something happened to Yuan Qian, if something happened to Zidan and the others, would you pretend you didn't see it?" "Of course not." Fang Yan smiled and said, "Your problem is my problem." "Then why are you pushing us brothers aside now that you're in trouble?" "Because it's dangerous," Fang Yan said with a serious expression. "Xiaotian, you said it yourself. What if Master is not Master? What if I don't get a fair treatment for my complaint? What if I fall out with Master? What if Master says that I'm Bai Xiu's murderer? Li Xiaotian, what will you do then?" "Whatever you do, I'll do," Li Xiaotian said firmly. "If you say run, we'll run. If you say do, we'll do. If the person who kills me is your father, your uncle, your brother, or your cousin, at that time, will you do what I say?" "That's impossible, why not?" Fang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian with a gentle smile. At this moment, he was like a stubborn child who knew he was wrong but still refused to admit defeat. He said, "You know, This is very likely to happen. With Master's prestige in Swallow Fort, he can decide a person's life or death with a word. Li Xiaotian's expression changed. His eyes turned a frightening red as if they were filled with blood. He said in a hoarse but firm voice, I know you're wronged, I know you're the victim. If it's really as you said, if my father, uncle, brother, or cousin wants to kill you, then I'll stand in front of you and let them kill me first. If they want you to die, then they'll let me die first. Li Xiaotian, Fang Yan held back the tears that were about to come out of his eyes and shouted, Don't you King understand human language? I've said it before, this has nothing to do with you. Fang Huohua, can you King speak human language? How did we swear when we formed the Flower Pretty Men's team? Brothers should eat meat and drink water, use scales to divide gold and silver, and share weal and woe together. When we're in trouble, you're willing to stand up for us. When you're in trouble, you want us to be cowards. Are you scolding us or yourself? Li Xiaotian's emotions became even more intense. He looked like he would beat Fang Huohua up if he dared to refute. As he spoke, he forcefully threw the suitcase in his hand. The two brothers stared at each other, lightning flashing in their eyes. Neither of them would admit defeat. After a long time, Fang Yan sighed softly and said, Now that you're ugly, as the captain of Swallow Dock's Flower Pretty Men's team, I expel you from the team. Fang Huohua, F***CKU, Li Xiaotian was really ready to hit someone this time. He rushed over and swung his fist at Fang Yan's face. Fang Yan turned around to avoid his attack. He ran over to pick up his suitcase from the ground, patted the dust off it, and said, Who did it offend that you're treating it like this? Li Xiaotian's punch missed, and he had no interest in continuing the fight. He said, Listen to me on this matter, and I'll arrange your itinerary. Fang Yan pulled his suitcase up and said, Originally, I wanted to borrow your car to go back to Swallow Dock. If you dare say that again, I'll get angry. I know you won't agree. Fang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian and said, Then drive me back. What about them? Li Xiaotian asked. There's no need to inform them, Fang Yan said. You can make decisions for yourself, but you can't make decisions for others. Xiaotian, everyone has a family, and it's not easy. If I could, I would never want to stand on the opposite side of Mr. But I have a reason to do that. You don't have to do that. Just now you asked me if I know that the fish in the moat will suffer when the city is on fire. Now I'm asking you, do you know that? If something happens to you, you won't be the only one who will suffer. You're overthinking, Li Xiaotian said. You're overthinking, Fang Yan said. Li Xiaotian walked over and took the suitcase from Fang Yan's hands. Let's go. The car is in the parking lot. Li Xiaotian drove a black Bentley, with a bright white B in the middle of the angel wings. Fang Yan opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. He said with a smile, It seems that Maple Leaf Club is very supportive of you brothers. This car is not bad. Li Xiaotian chuckled and threw the suitcase into the trunk. He opened the door of the driver's seat and sat in. Do you know who the big boss behind Maple Leaf Club is? I don't know. Fang Yan shook his head with a serious expression. Who is it? Pretend. Keep pretending. Li Xiaotian looked at him with disdain. The big boss of Maple Leaf Club is the little princess of the Qin family, Qin Yitian. It was founded by Qin Yitian when she was still a minor. The three people in charge of the club were all hired by her. Although they are all famous ladies in Yanjing, they are still a long way from being compared to Qin Yitian. Also, if you dare to say that you don't know who Qin Yitian is, I'll break your nose with one punch. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, What does this have to do with me? I heard that you two are close. She is my student, Fang Yan said. I am a knowledgeable teacher, and she is a smart student, so our relationship is not bad, yes. So good that the smart student is going to take the bullet for the knowledgeable teacher? Li Xiaotian said with a smile. Fang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian in surprise and asked in a low voice, How did you know about this? Someone deliberately spread the news. Li Xiaotian's smile faded and he said, now many people in Yanjing are talking about this matter. Qi Tian is facing great pressure, and some worse rumors. What? Fang Yan asked with an embarrassed expression. Some people say she is a mistress. Crack, the black disc that Fang Yan was about to put into the car stereo was crushed by him. Chapter 652. Of course, Qi Tian was under pressure. Who was Qi Tian? She was the little princess of the Qin family, a famous socialite in Yanjin. Some people said that she was the most popular girl in Yanjin, and some said that she was the most beautiful girl in Yanjin. With all the glory, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was the most favored girl in Yanjin. Who was Fang Yan? He was a teacher at Rosefinch Secondary. No, he was a security guard now. He was a shareholder of Chaoyan Technology, a shareholder of Longtu Group, and a rising star in Huacheng. Even so, in the eyes of countless people, Fang Yan was still not good enough for Qi Tian. All the good flowers are taken by pigs. A flower stuck in cow dung. A fairy married to a cowherd. When Qi Tian was still a student, he was willing to take a bullet for his teacher. If that was the case, what was the relationship between Qi Tian and Fang Yan? Fang Yan. This was the most dazzling name in Yanjin recently, and also the name that was cursed the most. The reason why a goddess was that she should be high up and respected by everyone. If someone tried to pull the goddess down from her pedestal, they would naturally be cursed and attacked by countless people. Qi Tian was a mistress. This news made Fang Yan angry. After he broke Li Xiaotian's disc, the anger in his heart dissipated, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Qi Tian took a bullet for Fang Yan. This incident happened in Huacheng. Moreover, after Qi Tian was in trouble, the Qin family immediately sent someone to pick her up. She disappeared for a long time, and because of that incident, she even left her identity as a student and never returned to Rosefinch Secondary. That was an attack, and very few people knew about it. Other than himself and Qi Tian, there were only the people from the Qin family. So, the question was, who was the one who leaked the news? What were they trying to achieve by doing this? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Fang Yan had no choice but to investigate the truth. That's my limited edition Teresa Teng. Li Xiaotian's heart was about to break when he saw Fang Yan break his precious disc. But when he thought of how bad Fang Yan's mood was, he comforted him and said, forget it. Anyway, I've heard it countless times, so I'll just treat it as its fate. Fang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian and asked, when did these rumors start? A week ago, Li Xiaotian said. I've heard about your close relationship with Qi Tian a long time ago, but I thought it was a rumor deliberately spread by someone. How good could the relationship between a teacher and a student be? It wasn't until recently that the matter of Qi Tian taking a bullet for you was exposed that it attracted the attention and discussion of countless people. At that time, I even called Ruan Qian and praised you for secretly seducing the little princess of the Qin family. If you could marry her, we wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. Then, someone said that you already had a girlfriend and that Qi Tian was the mistress, and the direction of public opinion began to change. That's when I realized that things weren't so right. Then why didn't you tell me? Fang Yan said angrily. You guys were all waiting in Yanjing. Didn't anyone call me or send me a message? Didn't you encounter that incident just now? I know you have a lot of things to do in Huacheng, so I didn't want to bother you with these groundless rumors. I talked to Luo Mingan of the Maple Leaf Society about this, and she also said that they would take care of it. She told us not to let this trouble you. She also said that this was Miss Qin's idea. Etienne, Fang Yan sighed softly and said, she's too independent. She always thinks that she can solve everything by herself. It's the reputation of being a mistress, it's a little too vicious for a woman, Li Xiaotian said with an unfriendly expression. These people are really vicious. Miss Qin is smart, capable, talented, and very kind. Those who have interacted with her all think that she's a very easy girl to get along with. They can't attack Miss Chen's talent, so they can only attack Miss Chen's character. Lowly and despicable means. Fang Yen shook his head, and said coldly, they're not only attacking Yi Tian, they're also attacking the Chen clan. Yi Tian is the most eye-catching member of the Chen clan these past few years. If her reputation is damaged, the Chen clan will lose face as well. That's strange. In Yanjing City, who would dare to pull the whiskers of the Chen family? I don't dare to say about other places, but Yanjing City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are countless powerful people. It's normal for someone to stand up and give the Chen family a hard time. You have a target in mind? I only have a few suspects. Fang Yen said, no matter what their purpose is, it's still something that makes people unhappy. Put it aside for now. You have more important things to do now, Li Xiaotian said as he skillfully drove the car through the traffic. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Those people will eventually jump out on their own. That's the only thing we can do now, Fang Yen said. If there's any news in Yanjing in the future, inform me immediately. Miss Chen told us not to bother you with this kind of thing, but you're telling us to inform her. Who are we listening to? Nonsense. Fang Yen said angrily, who's your brother? But our company is completely protected by the Maple Leaf Club. If I offend Miss Chen, don't you have any pride as a man? Relying on a woman to live off a woman, how could you do such a thing? Li Xiaotian was amused by Fang Yen and said, there are 6 billion people in the world. If any one of these 6 billion people said this to me, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. Why do I feel that it's so funny when you say this to me? Who's managing Chaoyan technology for you? Without Lu Chaoga helping you do so many things behind the scenes, helping you bring Chaoyan technology to the scale and achievements it has today, would you be so successful in Huacheng? Would Lanshan Valley and Lu Shu, the money-minded guys, be willing to cooperate with you? Would they be willing to listen to young Master Fang's orders and follow your lead? If there's a ranking, all the men in the world added together wouldn't be as happy as you are to live off a woman, right? You're definitely the king of living off a woman. I've also sacrificed a lot, Fang Yen said. Sacrificed what? My body. Li Xiaotian sneered. The 3 years that Chao Yan has developed the fastest were the 3 years when you were mourning at Swallow Dock. Li Xiaotian realized that he had touched on Fang Yan's taboo, so he quickly changed the topic and said, let's go back to Swallow Dock along the original route. It's okay. Fang Yan understood Li Xiaotian's intention and said, I don't know what happened, but when my sword pierced through Bai Xiu's body, the boulder I was carrying on my back suddenly collapsed, and the hatred in my heart also disappeared. I won't be unable to sleep at night anymore, and I won't be unable to eat without tasting food anymore. I've lived with hatred for too long, and now I've let go of the burden. Li Xiaotian sighed in relief and said, that's good. You don't know that you were a monster in the past. We had to be careful when we talked to you, afraid that we might step on one of your nerves again. Fang Yen smiled but did not say anything. Bai Xiu was dead, so would the hatred of his father's murder be over? Mister, what kind of attitude would you take? How are you going to explain the fact that your disciple is a murderer? The car drove out of the airport highway, and then went along the gravel road that Fang Yen often used to go back to the village. That was the only road from Swallow Dock to downtown Yanjing. Qianya of the army once stopped on this road and used his feet to step on the black soil in the rape fields. Fang Yixing used to fight with people on this road, and in the end, his blood stained the ground and became a handful of soil in Swallow Dock. There were also many people that Fang Yen knew, and people that he didn't know. There were people that Fang Yen cared about, but there were even more people that he didn't care about. They either walked out to a new beginning, or walked back to the road back home. Looking at the scenery on the side of the road, he thought of countless things of the past. He thought of his father. He simply thought of him as a son. If he was still alive, if he knew that he was going home, would he pretend that he didn't mean to go to the door and look around? Would he have urged his mother again and again to call the little bastard and ask him where he had gone? Unfortunately, he was no longer here. They were separated by life and death, and could never meet again. There was a twitching pain in his heart, as if someone was trying to cut a small hole in it with a blunt knife. Li Xiaotian saw that Fang Yan's eyes were full of worry and his expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, but when the words came to his mouth, he found that it was not appropriate to say anything at this time. Since he wanted to be his father, then let him think about it. Vroom, the strong roar of the engine came. Li Xiaotian looked at the rear-view mirror, and then grinned. Fang Yan's mind was finally pulled back. He glanced at the black Land Rover that was rushing over at lightning speed and said, "The guy driving the car looks a little familiar." As soon as Fang Yan's voice fell, the Land Rover had rushed to the front, and was driving side by side with Li Xiaotian's Bentley. The road was not wide enough, so when the two cars ran side by side, they would run over the grass on the side of the road. The Land Rover's window opened, and a familiar and friendly big chubby face appeared. Chapter 653. Yi Fengsheng bared his teeth at Fang Yan and chuckled. "You think you can get away like this? Let me tell you, before you even lift your butt, we already know what you're up to. I'll wait for you at the village entrance." Yi Fengsheng stepped hard on the accelerator, and the Land Rover overtook the Bentley to the front. Another black Mercedes-Benz followed, driving side by side with the Bentley again. The Mercedes window rolled down. Wang Kaixian pointed at Fang Yan with a look that said, "I'll deal with you later." Then, he yelled at Li Xiaotian, "Grandson, our brothers trusted you and sent you to fetch Fang Yan, but you didn't even say a word and ran away with your men. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Li Xiaotian explained with an obsequious smile, "I don't have a choice, do I? You know Fang Yan's personality, he wanted to leave, and I couldn't beat him. We tried to sneak away, but we were still caught by you. Thankfully, the master was smart enough to install a tracking device on your car, or else we'd have to wait like idiots." Li Xiaotian was shaking with anger. If he wasn't busy driving, he would have jumped out to fight Wang Kaixian. He scolded, "Wang Kaixian, you bastard, how dare you install a tracking device on my car? We'll fight one-on-one later." "Fight one-on-one then, why don't you prepare to fight all of us? We'll deal with you two later." Wang Kaixian cursed for a while before the Mercedes overtook them. Another Audi followed them. Chen Yanqing smiled gently. She looked at Fang Yan and said, "Your business is our business." Then it was Ruan Jing's Volkswagen Golf. He followed behind the Bentley, but he kept honking at the luxury cars in front to express his dissatisfaction. Li Xiaotian, Yi Fengsheng, Wang Kaixian, Chen Yanqing, Ruan Jing, these were Fang Yan's childhood friends. Other than Zhu Zaidan, who had been training at Mo Bay for years, all of Fang Yan's good friends from Beijing were here. They knew that it was dangerous and difficult, but they were still willing to face it together with Fang Yan. With such friends, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Li Xiaotian cursed, "These bastards, do they have any respect for the law? How dare they install a tracking device on my car? Luckily I went to pick someone up. If I went to find a girl, they would know my whereabouts." "You really didn't tell them?" Fang Yan asked in disbelief. He didn't believe there was a tracking device. Li Xiaotian must have sent them a message when he was not paying attention. "Why would I do such a thing?" Li Xiaotian said. "I was wondering how they managed to catch up with us so quickly." Fang Yan stared at Li Xiaotian with a burning gaze and reached out to touch his neck. "What?" Li Xiaotian reached out to block. Fang Yan grabbed his wrist, causing the arm that he was blocking to temporarily lose the ability to move. Then, she reached under his collar and took out a small black bug. "What's going on?" Fang Yan let go of Li Xiaotian's arm and placed the listening device in front of Li Xiaotian. "What is this?" "I don't know, it must be that bastard Wang Kaixian. He took advantage of me being unguarded and put this thing under my collar." Seeing that Fang Yan was still staring at him mockingly, Li Xiaotian knew that he could not hide it anymore. He had to confess to Fang Yan and said, Actually, after we knew that you were coming back, we gathered for a small meeting. Everyone wanted to intercept you and at least keep calm before going to negotiate with Sir. We all think you're not calm enough right now. Or we could all pretend that it never happened, and that the gentleman wouldn't ask, and we wouldn't say anything, we wouldn't lose anything anyway. Wasn't Bai Xiao, that poser, stabbed to death by your sword? And then, we think you'll definitely do what you've decided, and we might not be able to stop you. Besides, we know that you don't want us to get involved. Look, we know you so well. Although you're usually quite annoying, you've never been careless when it comes to these things. So, they came up with this idea. They sent me here to pick someone up and installed a bug on me. The bug is connected to the equipment on them, so they can hear everything we say. If I can stop you, we'll all eat and drink tonight, and never mention anything about going back to negotiate with Sir. If we can't, we'll all go back with you to seek justice from Sir. Have you thought about the consequences? Fang Yan sighed softly. We've thought about it, Li Xiaotian said seriously. We've thought about it for a few days. Fang Yan, don't try to persuade us anymore. It'll be meaningless and seem distant. Fang Yan thought for a long time and said, I owe you this time. Damn, do we really need to talk about this between brothers? Zzzt, the bug in Fang Yan's hand made a noise. Li Xiaotian smiled and said, press that red D, it can connect to my car's Bluetooth, you can hear what they're saying. As Fang Yan pressed the red D, the simple-minded Yifengsheng's voice was heard, brothers, we need to keep our mouths shut, don't let Fang Yan know that we've already planned this. That's right, that's why, we need to beat Li Xiaotian up, and we can't hold back, Wang Kaixian shouted. Wang Kaixian, Li Xiaotian gritted his teeth and shouted, I've already told Fang Yan everything, just wait for your deaths. The radio channel went silent. Did Fang Yan hear us? Yi Fengsheng asked in a timid voice. I heard you, Fang Yan said with a smile. Li Xiaotian, you traitor, everyone began to curse Li Xiaotian, blaming him for selling them out without even saying a word. A row of 6 cars was driving on the road from Yanjing to Swallow Dock, chasing each other and trying to overtake each other. The national highway leading to Swallow Dock was rarely so busy. The appearance of these young people immediately woke up the ancient and quiet village with a long history. Swallow Dock, the swallows have returned. Fang Hui was in a bad mood recently, because his King Kong eagle didn't argue with him anymore. In the past, whenever he said something, the Vajra eagle would quarrel with him. Both sides would quarrel back and forth. But now, the King Kong eagle didn't argue with him or even talk to him. The King Kong eagle didn't say anything, and neither did Fang Hui. The King Kong eagle stood on its stand and stared at Fang Hui. Fang Hui sat in his wheelchair and stared back at the King Kong eagle. One big and one small, one man and one animal silently staring at each other, the scene was strange and unsettling. Not only Lu Wan, but Fang Yan's aunts' families were also worried. For the past 3 years, the white-haired man had sent off his black-haired friend. Although the old man had never said a harsh word or shed a single tear, after the funeral, he had indeed lost a lot of weight. Even his trademark hearty laughter had disappeared. Lu Wan came over with a bowl of ginseng soup. She put it on the table in front of Fang Hui and said with a smile, Dad, have a bowl of soup. You didn't eat much at noon. Have a bowl of soup first and dinner will be ready soon. I asked them to make your favorite corn paste and sorghum cake. Fang Hui looked at Lu Wan lovingly and waved his hand, take it away, I don't have an appetite. You've been sitting here for a long time. How about I ask Xiaoling to take you out for a walk? No. Fang Hui's gaze shifted back to the snow-white Vajra eagle and said, I'll sit here and accompany this old fella of mine. I can feel that it's about to leave. Dad, Lu Wan said with a trembling voice. Fang Hui looked at Lu Wan and said, Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Logically speaking, a grandson avenged his son, even if he died now, it's nothing, but thinking about it, he felt a little unwilling. The enemy hasn't come back, and my grandson hasn't let me see my great-grandson, I can't die. So I still have to live, and I still want to live. Lu Wan nodded and said, then you have to take care of yourself. How about drinking this bowl of soup first? I really don't have an appetite. Fang Hui said. I don't have the mood to do anything. Drinking soup is superfluous. Fang Hui waved his hand and said, take it away, let them drink it. Don't eat it. Lu Wan sighed in her heart. With the old man's physical and psychological condition, he probably couldn't hold on for long. Lu Wan was about to go out with the bowl of soup, but she bumped into a tall man. Fang Hui's eyes refocused on the King Kong eagle and whispered, old friend, wait for me, I don't want to die yet. I have a disciple who went to the Arctic land and didn't come back, and I have a grandson who hasn't let me see my great-grandson. You have to wait for me. A spoon was put in front of Fang Hui's mouth. The spoon was filled with fragrant ginseng soup. Fang Hui angrily said, Lu Wan, I already said I don't have an appetite. Fang Hui turned around and saw the man who was feeding him the soup. He immediately beamed with joy. Open your mouth, Fang Yan said. Fang Hui opened his mouth, and Fang Yan sent the ginseng soup into the old man's mouth. The old man happily clicked his tongue and said, this soup is delicious. If you think it's delicious, then I'll feed you one bowl every day, Fang Yan said. Fang Hui looked up at Fang Yan and said, you came back for justice. I'm back to seek justice, Fang Yan said. I've prepared something for you, Fang Hui said. What is it? Fang Hui pointed at the mahogany bedside cabinet and said, it's in there, I've written it, take it out. Fang Yan opened the cabinet and saw a white silk cloth inside. Open it, Fang Hui said. Fang Yan pulled open the folded silk cloth and found a line of black characters written on it. The ink was very dark and heavy. The killer is Bai Xiu. Chapter 654. Fang Yan raised the banner in his hand and asked, Grandpa, what's this? Who killed your father? Fang Hui's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Yan with a burning gaze. Bai Xiu, Fang Yan said. Who's Bai Xiu? He's Master's disciple, Fang Yan said. Why did Master's disciple kill your father? I don't know. That's why we're going to ask Master about it. Fang Hui said, you have to have a good reason to be invincible. Otherwise, if Master investigates the cause of Bai Xiu's death, how are you going to answer? I see, Fang Yan said. The older, the wiser. Fang Hui was worried that Fang Yan would be humiliated by Mr. Fang if he went to seek justice from Mr. Fang, so he had to make a scene first. What kind of scene? Of course, it was the scene of the victim avenging his father. My father was killed by your disciple. I want an eye for an eye, I want justice. First, he had to prove that Bai Xiu was the murderer, and then he could push Fang Yan down from the position of murderer and let him stand on the side of justice. In that case, if Master wanted to use righteousness to pressure people, it wouldn't be so easy. When are you going to go? Fang Hui asked. Fang Yan put down the banner, picked up the bowl of soup again, and said, after I feed you this bowl of soup, I'll have a good meal with my mother, and I'll go to the cemetery to visit my father. I also want to see Yiro. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I heard that she's in seclusion to make a breakthrough. I don't know how she's doing now, there are still many things to do, and that's not the most important thing. Fang Hui looked at his grandson with relief and said, you're not confused by anger, not blinded by hatred, and not tempted by benefits, you're a good boy. You're more promising than your grandfather and father. There was a promising child in the family, but Fang Yan scooped a spoonful of ginseng soup and waited for his grandfather to drink it. Then, Fang Yan said in a deep voice, don't worry, Grandpa. The old drunkard would definitely come back. If he doesn't come back, I'll go to the land of extreme coldness to find him. Don't go. Fang Hui shouted. Underestimating the enemy is his own personal choice. If he couldn't return home in glory, then he would be buried in the snow village. He had great faith in his heart, and also made a great aspiration. I won't stop him from going, but you definitely can't go. Don't you understand the nature of underestimating the enemy? If he found the ice dragon, then he would naturally come out from the land of extreme cold. If he doesn't find the ice dragon, even if you go, can you bring him back? Fang Yan was silent for a long time and said, I just want to see him, to see if he's alive or dead. I miss him a lot. Fang Hui's eyes were watery and he had hot soup in his mouth, so his voice was a little muffled. He said, the stubbornness of the whole family. When Fang Yan came back, Lu Wan was the happiest one. She ordered the kitchen to prepare Fang Yan's favorite dishes, such as double-cooked pork, big mess stew, braised pork knuckle, big head fish caught in shihizi with red and green chilies, and fei long dry stir-frying from the back of the mountain. All parents in the world hoped that their children had an iron stomach, so that they could eat all the food they prepared. Fang Yan wanted to visit his father. He had been away from Swallow Dock for a few months, and he hadn't seen his father for a few months. Lu Wan carried a small basket and held Fang Yan's hand, walking to the cemetery in the back of the mountain. Since Fang Yan grew up, Lu Wan had never held her son's hand no matter where she went, like when he was a child. Since Fang Yixing died in the battle, Lu Wan liked to hold her son's hand wherever she went. Subconsciously, he was the only support in her heart. As long as one was a villager of Swallow Dock, he could choose a tomb in the back of Swallow Dock. On the steep hillside, Fang Yan held Lu Wan's hand and climbed up carefully. Along the way, they passed by countless tombs of the villagers of Swallow Dock. There were long-lived elders who died of old age, and there were young and strong heroes who sacrificed their lives for the country and died in a foreign land. The old drunkard Mo Qingdi gave his tomb to the Qianye military department, and the Qianye military department won the respect of all the people of Swallow Dock. Therefore, the Qianye military department was the only foreign owner of this cemetery. The tombstone of the Qianye military department was clean, without weeds or thorns. There were fruit and wine glasses on the incense table in front of the tombstone. The people of Swallow Dock were hospitable. They would not neglect this foreigner. When they came to visit their relatives, they would always bring him a few fruits or a glass of wine. Fang Yan stopped in front of the tombstone of the Qianye military department and took out the incense paper money from the small basket carried by his mother. I don't know if the paper money in the human world will become real money in the underworld. If it can really be exchanged for the same value, you can send me a dream. I will burn a lot of money for you here, and let you have a good life in the underworld. If you feel guilty, find a way to ask me about some lottery tickets or stocks that will rise to the upper limit. Good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Fang Yan's expression was filled with sorrow as he recalled the style of the Thousand Leaves Division's wide robes, the great battle at the summit of One Sword Peak, and how he risked his life to save them when they were suddenly attacked by the armory. He bowed deeply to the tombstone of the Qianye military department and said, "The great hero is for the country and the people. You have done it for your people. Your countrymen will definitely remember you in their hearts. Also, I want to discuss something with you. Next time you want to trick someone, can you trick someone else instead of me? Since you came to Swallow Dock and died in the battle, do you know how many Japanese men of sacrifice have come to make trouble for me?" Lu Wan looked at Fang Yan worriedly. Fang Yan smiled at her and whispered in her ear, "I lied to him so that he will feel guilty about me and give me some compensation." "You child," Lu Wan said reproachfully. She put her hands together and murmured to the tombstone of the Qianye military department. Without guessing, Fang Yan knew that his mother was saying that children's words carried no harm, asking the Qianye military department not to stoop to the same level as Fang Yan and bless him to be healthy and so on. His mother would not allow any danger to fall on her child, even if he was facing a dead person. Walking forward and going up a slope, it was Fang Yixing's grave. This grave was personally chosen by the old man of the Li family in the village after pushing the compass and pinching his fingers for a long time. It was said that it was the land of the dragon's eye. The dead were buried here, and the future generations were smart and open-minded. All kinds of vegetables and fruits were planted around the grave. Peppers and eggplants grew very well, and there were also a few pear trees and a persimmon tree. Fang Yixing liked to eat pears and persimmons when he was alive, so his mother Lu Wan deliberately planted some next to his grave. Lu Wan took out all the incense, candles and paper money in the basket and said to Fang Yan, "You stay here and talk with your father for a while. I'm going to pull the weeds in the vegetable field." Lu Wan went to do her own things. Fang Yan sat down in front of his father's grave. He used to sit like this for a whole day. Fang Yan lit the incense and burned the paper money. Looking at Fang Yixing's name above the grave, he said, "I know you want me to come and see you, but you don't want me to come and see you every day. For the past few years, you must have been very unhappy to stay by your side every day, right? You always said that men should be independent, men should be brave, men should be diligent, men should learn what they are good at, and men should be regarded as outstanding men. I used to think that you were very long-winded, and always felt that those things were too far away from me. Now I feel that what you said is quite reasonable, because I've already gotten those things you said. I came a little late, so you can't tell me who killed you. I don't know what you said to Bai Xiu, but I won't believe a word that Bai Xiu said to me. Of course, he said that he killed you. I believe that. I already knew that he wasn't a good person. How can a good person look like him?" Fang Yan unscrewed the wine bottle and took a big gulp, saying, "You don't like wine, so I won't pour this wine for you. When I was young, you didn't allow me to drink. When I got drunk with the old drunkard for the first time, you punished me to stand on a wooden stake for a whole day. Now that you're gone, I have the right not to give you wine. What should I say to you?" Fang Yan said with a smile, holding the wine bottle. "In the past, I was too embarrassed to talk in front of your grave. I felt that I was too ashamed to be your son. I learned martial arts for so many years, and I always wanted to save this and that, but I couldn't even save my own father. Do you know why I suddenly talk a lot today? You must have already known, whether you became a ghost or a god, your ability must be getting stronger and stronger. You know everything that happened outside clearly. You should have already known that I avenged you, right? I killed Bai Xiu." Fang Yan took another gulp of wine and said with a breath full of the smell of alcohol, "It wasn't easy. Bai Xiu was too treacherous. I didn't expect his swordsmanship to have reached such a shocking level. If I hadn't broken through at the last moment, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. But in the end, I still defeated him." People used to say that Bai Xiu was the first among the younger generation in Swallow Fort, and I didn't bother to refute such a statement. The facts have proven everything, your son. I am the first among the younger generation in Swallow Fort. Fang Yan used his sleeves to wipe his teary eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I used to think that people live for themselves. But now, I really hope that you are still alive, so that you can be proud of my achievements every time. You live, I live for you." Chapter 655. The thing we complain about the most is other people's children. At that time, we were young and willful. We felt that life was our own. We can live as we like, we can do as we like. We wanted to squander our youth, we wanted to sing to the wine, we wanted to get tattoos of our personalities, we wanted to wear weird earrings in our ears, drinking, fighting, playing games and going to bars. If we didn't do all these things, how could we tell others that we were young once? Fang Yan was also one of the millions of children. What they didn't know was that after parents had children, their lives were extended to their children. They cheered for the first sound you made, and they cried when they heard you say something unclear like Alibaba or Mama. They cared about your studies and valued your growth. Every achievement you made, they were happier than you. Every skill you acquired, they were prouder than you. Children were the greatest wealth of their parents. They were eager to let the whole world know, however, what they thought was in conflict with what their parents wanted. Their children thought, "Why should I live for you? Why should I win honor for you? Why should I satisfy your so-called self-esteem? Why should I let you have face in front of your friends and neighbors?" However, did they ever think that their parents, who were willing to sacrifice their lives selflessly, would they really want anything from you in return? They just wanted you to live a better life, just a little better, that's all. At that time, Fang Yan didn't understand this truth. He hated Fang Yixing's rigidity and liked the old drunkard's flexibility more. He rejected Fang Yixing's scolding and punishment and liked his mother's earnest teaching more. He felt that his father was too selfish. He didn't want to take on the responsibility of revitalizing the family, but he kept forcing himself to work harder and harder. As he grew older and more experienced, as he missed his father more and more, Fang Yan gradually understood this truth. Parents were willing to sacrifice for you selflessly, so you have to take on the responsibility as a child. Love is capricious, but also leads. If he could do it all over again, Fang Yan only hoped that Fang Yixing could live well, and he was willing to live for Fang Yixing. Let him share the joy, let him feel the glory. So that he could point at himself in front of anyone and say, his name is Fang Yan, and he is my son. Unfortunately, it was too late for Fang Yan to realize this. By the time he learned how to be a good son, his father had already left. Fang Yan sat in front of Fang Yixing's tombstone, his body trembling as he whimpered. He did not want his mother, Lu Wan, to know how sad he was, so he covered his mouth to prevent himself from crying. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Wan, who was in the cluster of chili peppers, had already burst into tears and collapsed to the ground weakly. In the main hall of the Yi clan, all the important figures of the Yi clan were gathered. The eldest of the Yi clan's 3 tigers, Yi Daowen, sat in the middle of the hall, drinking tea. Although he looked indifferent, the frequency at which he drank was a bit too high. From this, it could be seen that he was very worried. The 3rd tiger, Yi Daoling, who held a high position in the political world and was known as the Minister of Economic Concealment, sat next to his eldest brother. He frowned slightly and didn't hide his displeasure on his face. His fingers kept shaking, as if he was playing an impassioned tune. The 2nd son, Yi Daoxian, had to carry out a secret mission in another place and couldn't be present. However, his wife, Li Shuhua, had been waiting by the Yi clan's ancestor for a long time, serving the old lady to eat some melon seeds and snacks. The younger generation of the Yi clan, Yi Fengsheng, Yi Daoling, and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They sat on small chairs like obedient children, not daring to make a sound. Eldest brother, aren't you a bit too anxious? Yi Daoling's tone was not without complaint. How old is Tengnua? Does she need to break through now? How long has it been since she broke through last time? Is she ready? That's what I said, but I can't change what Tengnua has decided. When she was young, she was too lenient. When she grew up, she became independent and didn't listen to anyone. Yi Daowen glanced in the direction of the ancestor and said, that one spoils Tengnua too much. The 2 of them have decided the matter. What right do I have as a father to speak? You're not a member of this family. Don't you know the situation better than me? If you can't stop it, then don't stop it. This is not a small matter. If we go to the Mo Bay or even learn from the Fang clan to go to the extremely cold land, we can grit our teeth and accept it. But to run to do such a dangerous thing, what were we doing when Tengnua was so old? I remember that at that time, I had just practiced the white tiger fist. When I saw my fist had the power of a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, I was so excited. I felt that I was a genius. After seeking the Tao, I continued to ask questions. At such a young age, I was forced to understand some principles. Now I want to covet the heavenly Tao. Is it so easy to reach the heavenly Tao? Practicing martial arts and seeking the Tao can't be rushed. What if the heavenly Tao backfires? Yi Daoling, shut your crow's mouth. The ancestor scolded Yi Daoling rudely in front of many juniors and said, do you have the steadiness of an elder? The child hasn't even come out yet, and you're already cursing her from the side? Yi Daoling's face was full of grievance and said, Ancestor, how am I cursing Tengnua? Is there such an uncle? I just feel that Tengnua is too anxious. You say, a girl, why does she practice martial arts so well? Even if she wants to practice martial arts well, it's fine. She can do it slowly. No one is competing with her. Besides, even if someone wants to participate, no one is her opponent, right? Who in the younger generation in Inner Jianghu can compete with her? It's us of the older generation. Anyway, I'm far inferior to Tingnua. Even if Big Brother is much stronger than me, he's not as good as Tingnua, right? You are now in the early stage of Dao seeking. Middle stage. Do you have the guts to go to the heavenly Dao? What about Fang Yan? Being despised by his own younger brother, Yi Daoling said with an unhappy expression, I heard that he broke through again in Huacheng. A few days ago, the old master of Zhang family was still talking about the light of Tai Chi, saying that he is a rare Tai Chi genius. The people of Taoism also attach great importance to this matter. Didn't the old master of Tianji Temple go to the Fang family's old house to visit old master Fang? We don't know what they said, but at least it proves that Taoism attaches great importance to this matter, right? You mean, Tingnua wanted to force her way through because of the pressure from Fang Yan? Yi Daoling asked with a surprised expression. Tingnua is not such a person. Of course, Tingnua is not such a person. Yi Daoling said. He still had some understanding of his daughter. Tingnua won't compete with others. Then she still wants to force her way through. She just doesn't like others to be stronger than her. Yi Daoling said with some embarrassment. In her opinion, it's natural that she is stronger than others. If others are stronger than her, then she hasn't worked hard enough. Yi Daoling sighed softly and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. I still feel that all of you are too careless. Yi Daoling said softly, the Yi family is now like the sun at high noon. Father and I are developing in the political world, second brother is developing in the military, eldest sister and second sister are doing business, and third sister is doing her best as a university professor, echoing us in the academic world. These aren't our greatest trump cards. What's our greatest trump card? It's Yi Gentle. It's the possibility of our Yi family producing a heavenly Dao realm expert. Tengnua's reputation is out there. Even the leader behind the red wall has mentioned her to me more than once. He even said that I should send his greetings to Tingnua and get her to train well. If she has any difficulties, she can directly report it to him. Even the country places great importance on this matter. How can we treat it like child's play? If Tingnua succeeds this time, it will naturally be a joyous occasion for us. Tingnua will become the first expert of our Yi family to pry into the heavenly Dao in 100 years. Be it the political world or the pugilistic world, they will have to look at our Yi family in a different light. They will have to reposition their relationship with our Yi family. However, if Tingnua fails, Yi Daoling was a politician, so he had to explain the interests involved to his elder brother. He wanted him to understand the importance of Yi Gentle to the Yi family. This time is different from the past. If you can't find the Dao, you can continue searching. If I can't get the truth out of asking, I can just ask again next time. If I can't get it the first time, I'll ask again. If I can't get it the second time, I'll ask again. Yi Daoling pointed to the sky and asked, what is the heavens? It's mysterious and unknown. It's endless. The heavens is sacred, majestic, and inviolable. If a mortal tries to pry into the true face of the heavens, they will suffer a backlash from the heavens and be punished. Some people will be punished with serious injuries or even death. Some people will never be able to recover from this, never having the heart to practice martial arts again. Elder brother, we might lose more than we gain. The patriarch was enraged as he grabbed a pear from the coffee table in front of him and smashed it at Yi Daoling's head. Get out. Yi Daoling, get out, the patriarch said angrily. Yi Daoling didn't dare to dodge as he allowed the pear to hit his head. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.